Hey guys, how's everybody doing tonight? Excuse me. I hope everybody is doing well. It is Friday. We made it through another week. Thank goodness. And thank goodness this week, at least here in Arkansas, was not like last week, the craziness we had last week. And I hope it has been the same wherever in the country or the world that you guys are. So tonight we're just going to talk about, I've got some missing persons as usual. Some true crime stories, some cold cases. I got at least one solved cold case to share with you, and then just anything else you guys want to talk about. True Crime After Dark is a looser format. We can talk about anything, everything, whatever you guys want to have on your mind, or anything I may have missed. I've been between taking cats to the vet and working this week. The last couple of days, I hadn't had a chance to get caught up on everything that's been going on. So you guys might have to fill me in on some stuff. I think the big story this week is apparently they found some remains in Corpus Christi. May or may not be related to Caleb Harris. I don't think I had a chance to check on if there's any updates on that yet. I think they, of course, have sent the remains off to the ME. Hopefully they will be able to get them identified to find out whether or not it is Caleb. But regardless, whoever it is, if it's Caleb or somebody else, thoughts and prayers go out to all families. So let's see who we have in here tonight. I'll pop some of you guys comments up during the intro. But Miss Donna is here. Always good to have Miss Donna. Miss Doodlebug is here. Welcome. Chris is here. Always good to have you here, friend. Lance Jones is here from Canada. Welcome, Lance. I'm here, apparently. Let's see. Michigan Wifey, my OG is here. Hey, Michigan Wifey, always good to see you. I think some people snuck in on me. Far Q is here. Hello, Far. Good to have you here, all the way from New Zealand or Australia. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But good. Sorry. Hold on. We had some rain here yesterday, which was nice. It cooled things down and it settled the dust a little bit. But apparently the dust is back because my allergies have really been acting up today. Australia. Thank you. I remember, I know I've seen you in Sunshine Minding Monsters chats, and she talks about you, but I couldn't remember if it was Australia or New Zealand. But Australia. I'm so honored and so humbled to have people from all around the world that comes in to hang out with us. All right. And I do want to quickly, I just got this made right before, literally like 15 minutes before it was time for me to come on. Let's see where I put it at. Thank you to all my members I have so far. I think I'm up to 13 members. We got Miss Lisa Joe, Miss Mickey, Black Knight 007, Miss Gail Hurd, Miss Miranda Lee, and please, guys, keep your thoughts in prayers. Always keep sending them out to Miranda Lee. She's having a very rough time lately with her dad. Is very sick. She did send me a message on Discord a couple of days ago. She's hanging in there, but it's been very, very tough for her. So just send out thoughts, prayers, and good vibes to Miss Miranda. We got Miss Kimber. We got our very own Out on the Proud Dave joined. So thank you, Dave, for joining. And I notice he is the newest member. So let me give Dave, just in case he happens to watch the replay, give Dave his moo cow. Thank you so much, Dave, for joining. Of course, we have Michigan Wifey, my OG, Miss Jinx, Miss Paula Fitzhenry, um, Miss Barbara Hall. We all love Miss Barbara Hall, Miss Peggy, and Michelle C. So thanks again to our members. I'm going to try to remember to do this every time. And I always forget to thank everybody who comes in, who mods, who has wrenches, who comes in on such short notice sometimes. So just thank you to everybody who pitches in and helps with that. Always. Get back to my comments here. Absolutely. You're most welcome here. Park Q says, thank you for having me. It's a great group of people here. Absolutely. I love not just my community, well, it's part of my community, but a lot of the creators, some of my favorite creators, the ones that do it for the right reason, that I just love everything they do. I think we share mutual communities. So yes, we have an absolute wonderful community here. Absolutely. Chris said, Far is an amazing lady. Absolutely. You know, if Sunshine gives anybody their seal of approval, which I know she has, in this case, I trust. You can't go wrong. I'm trusting Sunshine. Absolutely. Chris says we are all like one big happy family. Absolutely, sir. That we are. We try to, we keep it nice and chill here, a safe place. We don't do any family bashing, victim bashing, blaming. We're respectful of each other. It's perfectly okay to have differences of opinions on, certain things, but we can have adult conversations and agree to disagree sometimes. But so far, I've never had any problems with anything. But I try to stay away from what I call, well, I have a different name for them, the shite shows of some of the bigger cases. And not going to name any of them, but I'm sure you guys can figure out which ones I'm talking about. Not that I'm not interested in those cases, and I don't think they're not important, but I just it's just a circus on some of them, and the victims who are the most important part of any case, no matter how big or small or how much attention it gets. They just get lost in the shuffle, and I just try to stay away from that. But they're always in my heart and my thoughts and prayers. So that is how we keep it around here. All right. Yes, Chris, I've also seen Far in other chats. I'm trying to think of, I know I've uh, seen her in Sunshine's chats, maybe Miss Frankie at the think tank, and some other chats, because sometimes I go to some channels that I watch. I lurk. I don't participate a whole lot in chat. Yes, and yes, Miss PJ's chats, yes. Because I like the creators and what they have to say, but the chat sometimes is just, and the creators of the mods try to keep it under control, but sometimes it's just a little overwhelming and a little as a dumpster fire, me here with my dumpster fires. So I just kind of lurk and listen, and if it gets too intense with the chat, I'll just turn the chat off and just listen to what the creators are saying. All righty, I think I'm caught up in comments. So tonight, as usual, like I said, True Crime After Dark is just looser format. We're going to talk about, of course, missing persons to share with you, some true crime stories, some cold cases, some solved cold cases, at least one, maybe two, I think I have to share with you. So not a lot of really heavy stuff. on the weekend, on my True Crime After Dark lives on the weekends, I try to lighten it up a little bit, even though the things we do discuss are, just the nature of true crime. They are, not the best things that we have to talk about, but it's important to share the missing persons and, get their names so their names and faces stay out there so they're never forgotten. Um, like I said, I've got some video clips to play for you, a couple articles to read, missing persons. But if there's anything that you guys want to talk about, doesn't matter what it is, just throw it in chat and we can definitely talk about it. All right, so we will get started. Get another drink before I start reading here. Yes, Chris said we have one big happy family. Forrest said that's how it should be. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, Miss PJ. We love Miss PJ and Miss PJ's channel. Lighting their way home. Absolutely wonderful channel. Par says she does the same thing. You're talking about staying away from the drama or lurking. Yeah. Uh, no, I have not. Chris said, did anyone hear that one of the Arrested Development stars passed away today? I think I saw something that when I brought up one of my browsers, something about somebody passed away. Yeah, far asked which one. I've heard of Arrested Development. I think my brothers watched it. I never watched it on oh, Martin Mull. I do know who Martin Mull is, though. Yes. Wow. I'll have to remind me later, and I will look that up if we have some time at the end, or if we need to take a break in the middle for a little. Not that anybody passing away is taking a break, but yes, definitely sad. Yeah, I love Martin Mull. He was so funny. But I didn't. That must have been that. I think that was the one that I saw. Just read the headline because it was kind of like a slideshow on the Outlook Microsoft Edge browser. When you bring it up, their front page has got all kinds of news stories. Um, he was in Roseanne. What was in Roseanne? I can't remember. I watched Roseanne back in the day. He was 80. I mean that's up there, but I mean that's 80 these days. 80 is not really really old. I'm wondering if maybe he had some kind of a health, if he had been sick or something. And yeah, just like I said, remind me, and I will try to look it up and see what happens. Unless somebody here can find an article and see what exactly happened to him. But yeah, that's very sad. Very sad. There have been a lot of celebrities passing within the last couple of weeks. And right now, I can't think of any off the top of my head. But I've got to bring up. 1 minute. I'm gonna push buttons. Hopefully, I won't send this into a dumpster fire. I forgot to bring up my slideshow on my laptop so I can read all the little writing. So let me do that very quickly. Yes. How's everybody? How's the weather? I know there's been horrible flooding up around the Minnesota, southern Minnesota, North Dakota. Is it North Dakota? North Dakota. Of course, we got the fires going on. There's been tornadoes, and it's been hot as heck. At least down here, just about everywhere, it has been hotter than Hades. So I hope everybody is um, doing their best to stay cool. Hopefully the flooding and the storms haven't been too bad, and the heat's not been too bad. Here in Arkansas, we got a little bit of break. Like I said yesterday, we had a monsoon downpour storm, but we need the rain. The farmers definitely need the rain. They got the crops in the field. So they need the rain. And I had to go to the doctor yesterday, and I left a little bit early because I could see the clouds coming. And I've only got, it's about a 10 to 15-minute drive over to the next town over where I go to my doctor, and I could see it coming. So I was, getting a little bit lead foot on the car to get there before, and you could see that the wind was coming, and you could see the dust storms coming, all the dust coming off the fields, and I made it there in the nick of time. And then when I got out of the doctor's, it was still pouring down rain, so I waited till it slacked up a little bit, and then made a dash for my car. Um, but at least it cooled it down a little bit. Now today, it got a little bit warmer. I think tomorrow, because I didn't work today because I spent most of the day taking the cats to the vet. And tomorrow we have a heat advisory, so I'm going to try to go out as long as I can stand it, to work tomorrow for a little bit without until I start melting. Schlepping some groceries around, and some food, some DoorDash and some Spark deliveries around until I just can't take it anymore. Let's get check comments. I think where did I see him? There he is. Arctic Fox True Crime is here. Hello, T. Please do check out Arctic Fox True Crime. Anybody with a wrench, or Arctic can do it himself. He can give himself some shameless promotion. He says, "Hi, Dawn. Great coverage on Shannon earlier. Thank you so much. Thank you so much." I was happy to do it. I wanted to do it. This case, obviously, I myself, as well as Arctic, from Arkansas. This is our Shannon Collins case, and I do have a video clip that I'm going to play regarding the new developments that they're now finally at least going to investigate Shannon's disappearance as a missing person with foul play involved. So I uploaded and did a video premiere at 6 o'clock, my video for Shannon, sharing Shannon's story. So please do go check it out when you get a chance if you haven't already watched it. I got a very nice, because I had private messaged let me find it right quick. See where I'm going. I forget where I put all of my pictures and stuff. There it is. This is the Share Shannon Story Facebook page. I had a private message them to let them know, hey, Shannon's story has become very close to my heart. I'm from Arkansas. I've been following it. And when Arctic did his video, or a live stream, it was covering sharing Shannon's story. I found out a lot of information that I did not know, because I had not found the 55-page statement that Shannon's brother, sister, and parents had compiled, with lots of very interesting information. Now, I read the condensed version. There's a condensed version, and then there's the whole 55-page statement. I just read the condensed 5-page version during my video, just for time's sake. But I will get it uploaded to my Discord. But you can also go to Share Shannon's Story Facebook page. It's pinned to the top at the featured section. You have to scroll over a couple, but you can download the condensed version, and you can download the 55-page full version. I encourage you, please, if you can, read the 55-page version. You will not believe the things that are covered in there. And I think at some point, maybe for a members only video, for anybody who maybe doesn't have time or doesn't want to read the whole 55 pages themselves, I will do a reading. I'll sit down and read the whole 55 pages and upload it as a members only. That way anybody who just put it on in the background, listen to it while you're doing something else. Like I said, if you want to read it yourself, definitely, I'm going to try to remember to upload probably both versions, but definitely the 55-page version to my Discord. But definitely, you can get it from Shannon's page. Also, lots of good factual information regarding Shannon's case. All the latest updates on Shannon's case will be posted on the Facebook page. So please, and I believe I did remember to put the link in the description box to the Facebook page. So please, please, please check it out. And I got completely off track, or not off track, but it's just, yeah, Shannon's case has just become so important to me, and so I've taken it to heart, and hopefully someday soon things will start moving forward even more, and Shannon will get justice, his family will get justice, will get answers, and the people who are responsible will be held accountable and given their due justice. Let's just put it that way. Oh, thank you, Arctic, for those very kind words. Arctic, like I said, watch Arctic's live stream he did. Fantastic, fantastic. Chris says it is crazy here in Kansas weather. Have y'all been, Chris, have y'all been having storms or just rain or flooding or all of the above? Far says in Australia it is winter. I live in the desert and it is cold. I would say it, and we always say this in the summertime, at least I do this. In the summertime here in Arkansas, I always wish that it was wintertime. Or, and then in the wintertime, I always say I'd rather have 100-degree weather. Ideally, I would rather have either fall or spring year round, but here in Arkansas, we may get, if we're lucky, 1 or 2 days of spring, 1 or 2 days of fall, and then goes directly from really cold to really hot. So, but we'll take and I'll take what I can get here in Arkansas. So that's the way it goes. Make sure I haven't missed anybody. I'm gonna put this up. I'm not gonna read it out loud, but most definitely. Oh goodness, yes, that is true. It is very hot in Arkansas. There's our Dave. You must have your Dave. Were your ears born? Ears born. Were your ears born, Dave? Were your ears burning? We were talking about you in our thanking the members. Thank you for becoming a member, Dave. Did you see the moo cow? If not, I will do it again for you. I gave you your moo cow for joining. Thank you so much, Dave. Sincerely, I appreciate it. Absolutely. There's Arctic in his shameless promotion, which is absolutely fine. There's the link to his channel. If somebody can throw in or Dave can do it. Oh no, he's driving. He can't do it. As Dave said, he is listening and driving. Thank you, Dave, for listening. Be careful driving, as always. If somebody can throw Dave's link into his channel. And I believe Dave said that he would be doing his live stream, depending on where you're at, late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. I think he said around 12:30ish Eastern time, which would be 11:30ish Central time. So if you are a night owl, please check out, join us in chat. I will be there. But that's perfectly fine if you're not a night owl. If you can't be up at that time of night or morning, please do be a member of replay crew. That is just as good. And I think Dave said this week, because last week he was talking about the Trini, and I can't think of the last name now, or even where it was from. Trini, oh goodness, she disappeared hiking in the was it the Smoky Mountains on a school trip. She disappeared. And then Dave also talked about very interesting, because I have given some thought and researched this too about long haul truck drivers. Not saying, let me preface this by saying, not all long haul or any kind of truck drivers are serial offenders. But in my heart, in my opinion, I believe that a lot of serial offenders become truck drivers because it makes it very easy for especially what they call long haul truck drivers or a serial offender who is a long haul truck driver to get away with a lot of stuff. I think I said in Dave's chat, they have the perfect alibi. If they're spotted at a certain place where somebody disappeared or a certain state, and they are known to be in that state, whether it be they're caught on surveillance somewhere, they have the perfect alibi. Oh, I was delivering in that particular area or that particular state. That's why I was there. Now, this is just my opinion. Just things that my little squirrels in my head think about when I think about these kind of things. So definitely check out Dave. He's going to have part 2 on the Trini case. Yeah. Chris said Al, she gave you a moo cow. I'll do my moo cow again. If he can't see it, at least he can hear it. I keep forgetting. I got so many tabs on StreamYard. I keep forgetting where I put everything. All right, here's Dave's moo cow again. Thanks for becoming a member, Dave. It's very much appreciated. So there's your moo cow. Yes, absolutely. We understand. Dave says if I'm not saying hi to anyone, it's because I'm just driving. Absolutely. You concentrate on driving, Dave. Yes, Chris says stay safe, most definitely. Yeah. Par says stay safe, drive safe, don't read this. Absolutely. Arctic says Shannon Collins' brother is interested in coming on Arctic's channel and talking about the case. Would love to have you on panel. Absolutely. Let me know when you get it set up. Let me know when and where. Send me the link, and I will be there, brother. I will be there. Most definitely. Absolutely. Most definitely. I would love that. Yep. Like I said, just let me know. Let me know. Send me the bat signal up, and I will be there. Uh, Chris, I don't know if you're talking to me but he says share Shannon's story is in your Facebook group. Yes, I do. I know in my Facebook group, I share the video I did. I also have, I believe, maybe pinned to the featured section of my group, the Share Shannon's Story Facebook page. Definitely check it out. And I believe there have been several, and also, crimeonline.com with Nancy Grace did a feature story. I linked it in I think my last live stream I did. I think I forgot to put the link to it in this description box. But they did a Crime Online with Nancy Grace did a feature story on Shannon. Thank goodness, national exposure. And there have also been, I've been reading on the Facebook page that several podcasters have been reaching out to the page, to the family. They're very interested in doing podcast episodes on Shannon's story, to share Shannon's story. So kudos to them. I can't wait to see those podcasts. And of course, the Facebook page said they would let us know when and where the podcast, when they will be uploaded, when they're going to air, or however they do it. I listen to all my podcasts, excuse me, on Spotify. But you can get them wherever, as I say, wherever you get your podcast from. Um, okay, maybe Chris was talking about my video because Farr said she will go and watch it after. Yes, you can definitely send the link to my Facebook group. My banner. My banners are all out of whack. Yep, all my I have a Facebook group and a page, both obviously called Southern Gal True Crime. I would suggest you can check out the page. On the page, I mainly just share just news articles, true crime news articles I find, but all the important stuff, the missing persons, things of that nature, urgent stuff, cold cases. I, along with the members of my Facebook group, share in there. So I suggest, if you're interested, the missing persons, the cold cases, the urgent missing, please do consider joining the group. Obviously, it does not cost anything. It is a private group. It's a safe group. All I have to do is if you request to join, I'll just go in there and approve it, and you're in. So please, I encourage you to check it out and join. All right. Let's see. Yes, Arctic says concerning Shannon's case, the 55 page is a lot, mind blowing. Yes, I'm going to try to sit down. I might try to do it tonight if I have any voice left after this live stream, depending on how long it lasts. But at some point, maybe it may not be till, let's see, today's Friday. All day today, I've been thinking it's Saturday, but it's Friday today. It may be tomorrow night or tomorrow when I get home from work. I'll try to sit down and do read the whole 55 page document and get it uploaded. Upload it as a members only. But once again, you don't have to be a member. Just if you want to, sit and listen to me read it for any of my members. But it is definitely available on the Facebook page for you to download yourself and read it. I'll try to remember to do it tonight to upload it to my Discord. For anybody who's in my Discord, you can go there and read it. So absolutely. It's talking about Discord. Far said she didn't know how to use it properly. I'm the same way. And honestly, I don't, my members, and a special thank you, speaking of Discord, to Chris Gideon. He posts more of my stuff, my videos that I do, my live streams. He posts them in my Discord for me. So thank you, Chris, for everything that you do on my Discord for me. Because honestly, maybe once a week, maybe twice a week, if you're lucky, if I'm lucky, I get a chance to get on and do anything on Discord. So just a special shout out and thank you to Chris for posting my stuff, my videos and live streams and everything else that he puts in there for me, and to all of the people who are members of my Discord. Thank you for everybody. I know Arctic posts a lot in my Discord. Thank you so much. And everybody else who posts in my Discord, keeping it going. You guys post more than I do, and I truly appreciate it. Yeah. Isn't there a song called that? Heat Wave? Yep, definitely a heat wave. Let's see. Make sure I'm caught up. You're most welcome, Dave. Most welcome, as always. Thank you, Chris, for sending for the Facebook group link. Dave says he loves something. We don't know what Dave loves, but we love Dave back. Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. Oh, did I say hi to Lance? Yes, I said hi to Lance. Said I just followed your Facebook page. Thank you so much, Lance. Very much appreciated. Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. Yes. Chris said he'd like to invite Lance to join my Facebook group. Absolutely, absolutely, 100%. All right, I'm caught up for a minute. Get a little bit of a drink. And I'm going to turn off my cam for just a minute while I'm fixing to read through some missing persons. So I'm just going to turn off my cam for a minute. As long as you guys can still hear me, we're good. Okay, so this first missing person actually came. Pam is the Pam that on the right hand side. You see Pam, and that's actually my cousin. And apparently a friend of hers sent this to her. And her friend's daughter is missing from the Lawton, Oklahoma area. Let me go to. Hold on. Let me go to my bigger slide so I can read it. So on the right it says Pam, which is my cousin. Excuse me. It says this is apparently her friend's a doctor. Her friend, the doctor's daughter, is missing. It says please get everyone you know to share this. That she could be in the Little Rock area, and maybe you guys might know someone who has or will see her. And on the left, this is Destiny Stover. She is just 15 years old, approximately 5'8", 200 pounds. She apparently left a group home in Lawton, Oklahoma in the night, and I'm assuming this is within the last 24 hours because it says she left Lawton, Oklahoma in the group home in Lawton in the night, has been missing almost 24 hours. She was last seen in the Lawton, Oklahoma area. If you see her or have any information about her possible whereabouts, please call the Lawton, Oklahoma PD. It does not give a number. You can always call 911, obviously. So please do share this anywhere and everywhere you can to help bring this little girl home. I know 15, is technically, a teenager, but 15 is still young. 15 in my, I always think, 15-year-olds is still a little girl to me. Make sure I don't forget to advance my slides. Right, next, this is from Arkansas, a missing endangered adult advisory. This is Bambi Denton. She is 43 years old. She is missing from Greenwood, Arkansas, which is in Sebastian County. She is a white female, 5'3", 220 pounds, with medium length brown hair and green eyes. Bambi was last seen on Sunday, June 16th of this year at around 4:30 a.m. at the Greenwood Retirement Center, which is located at 1200 West Center Street in Greenwood, Arkansas. She was last seen wearing a romper with a skirt. So if you see Bambi or know of her whereabouts, please contact the Greenwood Police Department at 479-996-4119. Right, next we have a couple on the left. I have to make this a little bit bigger so I can read it. On the left, we have Holland Snap. She is missing from Kingsport, Tennessee. Holland was last seen on October 15th of 2023 on Bell Ridge Drive in Kingsport, Tennessee. She is described as a 19-year-old female, 4 foot 9 inches, approximately 110 pounds, with brown hair and hazel eyes. It was unknown what she was last wearing when she was last seen. She does have a tattoo of a pyramid with an eye in the middle on the right forearm, and she also has a scar under her left eye. So if anybody has information on Holland's possible whereabouts, it says you can call the tip line at 845-866-0442. And it's also got a website, www.hopealive845.com. So check that out. On the right, and most of these, or I think all of these missing that I'm featuring at the beginning came from one or more of the Facebook groups that I'm in, and I believe either Miss Barbara Hall or Miss Marion Tate or both shared this one because it is from Fredericktown. On the right, we have Shamar Cornell. He went missing on June 27th of this year from Fredericktown, Missouri. He is 20 years old with black hair and brown eyes, 5'6" tall. He was last seen wearing, did I advance my slide? Yes, I did. Okay. He was last seen wearing gray sweatpants and black and white Crocs and no shirt. So if you have any information on Shamar, his possible whereabouts, please call the Fredericktown PD at 573-783-3660. I get caught up in comments. I'm just looking at them on my phone. There's Miss Miranda Lee. Hello, Miranda. Welcome, my dear. I hope you are doing okay. Considering the circumstances. I mentioned you earlier. I don't know if you heard, but you have been in mine and probably a lot of people's thoughts and prayers. I hope you're doing okay, my dear. A lot of people have been worried about you, but I understand you haven't been around a lot, considering what's going on with your dad. I'm so glad to see you here tonight, Miranda. Lots of love to you, my dear. There's Miss Paula Fitzhenry. Welcome, Paula. Good to have you here. Absolutely. One of my members. Somebody else, let's see. Somebody else snuck in on me, I think. Let's see, get down to just looking on my phone right now. Absolutely. She is still a child at 15. Absolutely. Absolutely. Park says, bring all the missing home. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I think I saw somewhere where somebody said somebody was found safe, but now I've lost it. Or I haven't got to it yet. Maybe, I don't know. I've lost it. I've lost the, let's see. Oh, there it is. Oh, good. Absolutely. Arctic says Shamar has been located safe. Thank the Lord. Thank you so much. Absolutely. That's wonderful news to hear. Yes. RQ says, wonderful news. Yes, it is always good when missing or found safe. Absolutely. Thank you so much, T, for that information. Absolutely. Chris says thoughts and prayers going to all the families who have loved ones who are missing in other circumstances. Yes, sir. Absolutely. You're very welcome. Miss Miranda says thank you for the thoughts and prayers. Dad is still in the hospital. Yeah, Miranda, I don't know if you heard earlier, but yes, I did finally get to read your message you sent me on Discord. Um, Says Dad is still in hospital. He is getting moved to if you don't mind me saying, I think Miranda said her dad took a fall, which is not good for anybody. But so he's moved to a rehab facility tomorrow, or moving to a rehab facility tomorrow to get physical therapy. But he is so weak and in so much pain. Yeah, I'm so sorry, honey. You will stay in my thoughts and prayers, and I'm sure everybody here will stay in their thoughts and prayers and good vibes. Most definitely, honey. Absolutely. Farah says, Miranda sending healing vibes, love and light. Absolutely. Oh, goodness. Just as and an aside, Arctic says he sent my little biscuit, my little kitty, a picture of his long distance buddy to you on Discord. I will be sure to share it with him. He hasn't been feeling well lately. Apparently, although, well, he is now, Little Biscuit has now been wormed, because we had to wait. But apparently, so we took Little Biscuit to the vet today, and we're probably going to end up having to take Tigger, the older cat, to the vet because they both have worms. So it's just been, and so Little Biscuit got lots of antibiotics, some because they've been not trying to be gross, but they've had it coming out of both ends. Let's just put it that way. They haven't been eating or drinking. So that's why we took Little Biscuit to the vet today, and we'll probably have to take Tigger, the older cat, the older brother, either buy some wormer from the store and worm him again because he is overdue, and get them both to feeling better. But yes, I will definitely go to Discord, T, and see picture little Sylvester. Little Sylvester is a cutie pie, most definitely. RT says Smokey had tapeworms when I went to get him. Yeah, and see, I know that Tigger was most likely. I think aren't you supposed to have them wormed every at least once a year? Um, so yeah, it's definitely time to have Tigger wormed, and uh Little Biscuit. They wormed him at the vet, so hopefully he will be getting better. We just got to get them to eat and drink again, so they won't lose any more weight and get dehydrated. That's what I'm worried about. Absolutely, I am too. Chris says he likes pictures of the cats and dogs and other animals. Yes, I love all kinds of critters. Far says every 3 months here in Australia. Yeah, so like I said, we're trying to get our little babies well. All right. Get back to some more missing. All right. We have two more. It's a little bit bigger on my computer so I can read it on the too big. Oh goodness. I don't know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. My fingers won't cooperate. On the oh no, I did that one. Okay. On the left, we have Denia McGinnis. She is missing from St. Clair, Missouri. Another one from Missouri. Uh, she date of last contact was on May 2nd of 2024. 17 years old. It says unknown race. She could be mixed, or they just don't know. She could be mixed. She could be Hispanic. Race doesn't matter, or ethnicity doesn't matter when it comes to people to missing. Female, brown hair, brown eyes, 5'8". Weight 175 pounds. Missing from St. Clair, Missouri. If you have any information regarding Denia, her possible whereabouts, please contact the St. Clair Police Department at 636-629-1313 or the Missouri State Highway Patrol Missing Persons Clearinghouse phone number at 573-526-6178. And of course, here on the right, we have I'm sure all of you know, have heard Michael Monkey Vaughn's story in his case. And I believe this week, maybe the 24th was his birthday. But Monkey was last seen on July 27th of 2021. He was last known to be wearing a light blue t-shirt with a Minecraft logo on it, dark blue boxer briefs, and sandals. He was taken near his home on the Southwest 9th Street in Arizona around 6:40 to 7 p.m. When he was last seen, he was 5 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes. He was 3'7" and 50 pounds. So if you have any information regarding Monkey's case, if you know of where he might be, or if you've seen him, heard anything about him, please call 911 or the Fruitland Police Department at 208-642-6006. Always, in Monkey's case, unfortunately, was another one that turned just absolutely some people absolutely horrible to Miss Brandy, his mother, to that family, and just my heart goes out to Miss Brandy, Monkey's mom, and everything that she has went through and is continuing to go through. So please keep her in your thoughts and prayers. Keep Monkey in your thoughts and prayers. Hopefully one day he will be found. Keep all the drama out of it. Keep Monkey, Brandy, the family in the spotlight, where they that's the most important part of this case. Absolutely. All right, next we have another missing that is celebrating a birthday, and I believe this one is from Arkansas. This is Ronnie Paul Russell, and on the left there, you can see it's, or on the right, excuse me, it says, "Happy birthday, Ronnie. We are still doing all we can to bring you home. As anyone can imagine, Father's Day and now Ronnie's birthday are extremely difficult for his loved ones. Ronnie should have been celebrating with his children and mother all these years. We can only keep trying so that another year does not go by without bringing Ronnie home." Of course, use the hashtags know something, say something, missing dad, missing person, Arkansas, voice for the lost. So, Ronnie's information, if I can make big enough to read here. Ronnie Paul Russell was last seen between midnight and 1 a.m. on November 5th, 2010. A witness has come forward and confirmed that Ronnie was dropped off at the Hardee's in Batesville, Arkansas. She also stated he was intending to go down to the river to try to go see his wife. Interview notes from Ronnie's case file indicate he did place calls to his wife and left messages. It says foul play cannot be ruled out. Ronnie had the following tattoos: his children's feet on his arm, a snake on his forearm, his daughter's picture on his shoulder, the name Candy on the side of his neck. Ronnie also had scars on his face, arms, and chest. He was 29 years old at the time he disappeared. Ronnie is deeply missed by his 3 children, mother, and loved ones. If you have any information on what happened to Ronnie, please contact the Independence County Sheriff's Office or Sheriff's Department at 870-793-8838. Please, let's do everything we can to keep these missing, keep their faces out there, keep their names out there. So we will not let them be forgotten. All right, I found this, either I found it on the pager group or somebody has shared it into one of the groups that I'm in. This comes from the Texas Missing Person Alerts. Once again, most likely posted by a family member. Missing daughter alert. Please help find JoAnn Perez. She was last seen, and I believe this is in, where's this at? Texas, duh. I was thinking about another case. Please help find JoAnn Perez. She was last seen at Richland Hills High School around 11:48 a.m. on June 26th. If you have any information, please don't hesitate to contact authorities as well as myself. I'm assuming, I don't know if this is a mother or at the very least a family member. It says, please contact myself to help bring my daughter back home. Please help me. If you have any information, please contact us immediately. JoAnn Perez, her nickname is JoJo. She is 5'6" tall, with hazel green eyes, 120 pounds, reddish brown hair. She was last seen wearing a black shirt and white shorts. At the bottom, it's a little confusing. It says last seen as well in a King Ranch. I don't know if that's a place, a road. And it says it was between the years of 2016 and 2019. Next we have Madison Stewart and a Miss Donna McIntyre, who I think Miss Donna, she was here earlier. I don't know if she's still here. She is in, and I think helps run the Missing and Not Forgotten Facebook group. Please check it out. Once again, I probably forgot to put the link in the description, but I will put it on my community tab. But Madison Stewart has been missing since June 11th, 2024 from South Bend, Indiana. She is currently 16 years old. The South Bend Police Department is asking for help from the community with locating a teenager that had run away. Madison was last seen on June 11th. She could possibly still be in the local area. So if you have any information on Madison or possible whereabouts, if you have seen her, heard anything about her, please call the South Bend Police Department at 574-235-9201. You can also call NCMEC at 1-800-THE-LOST. Seeing what we got. Let me get through a few more of these, and I'll check check the chat and get caught up in the chat again. So this is Jared Michael McCullough. I have shared Jared a few times, but apparently some good news. This was posted on June 17th. The Sound of Sirens podcast apparently is possibly going to do an episode. Now, I have never heard of this particular podcast, but I'm definitely going to check it out. It says, new case. Good evening, all. We are back and with a new case of the request of multiple of our viewers who contacted us via email. Mainly thanks to our interviewee from our last case for recommending us to Jared's mother. I spoke to her and a family member for over an hour today, and we have set up an interview for later this week. Please, if you have any information regarding Jared or this case, contact the Knox County Sheriff's Office. Make this bigger, and I will give you Jared's information. Get my cursor right. So Jared Michael McCullough went missing on November 5th of 2023 from Salem, Illinois. He was 33 years old. His vehicle was found abandoned, which was a 2020 white GMC Sierra 4-door with a Louisiana license plate C838G81. It was abandoned with his dogs on Monday, November 6, 2023, in the morning near South G, or now North, back up, rewind, South 6th Street in Vincennes, Indiana. Jared is a white male, 5'9", 175 pounds, with dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. Last seen wearing, he was believed to be wearing a brown Carhartt jacket, which is shown above. I believe it is in the second picture from the right. Blue jeans and a light blue shirt. Circumstances, he was last seen in Salem, Illinois, near West Main Street in his vehicle on November 5th, 2023 at 1:30 a.m. Then at 5:26 a.m. In Central City, Illinois, near West Green Street, and at 8:24 a.m. in Carmi, Illinois. And no phone or bank account activity since he disappeared. So if you have any information on Jared, please contact police with information. You can call 312-620-0788. You can call the King County Sheriff's Office at 812-882-7660. So please do if you're in that area, keep your eye out for Jared McCullough. Share his flyer anywhere and everywhere you can to keep his face out there. All right, next we have one that I covered briefly. I can't remember if I looked for any updates in Estefany Rodriguez's case in the last couple of days. But Estefany Rodriguez has gone missing from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. She's just 13 years old, black hair, brown eyes, 5'2", 130 pounds. The Oklahoma City Police Department is attempting to locate Estefany. She was last seen on June 14th at her family's home near Southwest 44th Street and South May Avenue in Oklahoma City. She was caught on an interior camera at 3:15 a.m. and I believe this was in her home, if I'm not mistaken, attempting to charge her phone. And I have seen that video. It is very creepy, or very unsettling, very disturbing. She was wearing, in the video, she was wearing red and black plaid pajama bottoms and a t-shirt. Her shoes, phone, and belongings were left behind at her house. Her family fears she may have met someone online and lured away from the house, and this just terrifies me. If you have any information on her whereabouts, contact the Oklahoma City Police Department immediately at 405-297-1129 or call 911. And on the right, it's just I can't remember. I put the link to it in the, or I might not have. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is seeking the public's assistance in locating missing 13-year-old Estefany Rodriguez. She's missing since June 14th from Oklahoma City. 5'2", 130 pounds, brown eyes, brown hair. Authorities believe that Estefany may stay in the local area or travel to surrounding cities. In an effort to bring more attention to Estefany's case, her poster is being featured on the Rings Neighbors app. I'm not familiar with that app. Somebody may have to explain to me what that is in chat. As a part of a partnership between NCMEC and Ring. So I'm assuming it's the Ring doorbell. This feature reaches millions of users, providing real-time assistance in locating missing children. So this is a case that definitely needs more attention. There's been a lot of, I wouldn't really call it speculation, but just kind of rumors or talk that she possibly may have been lured out to be either trafficked or by a serial offender, a predator who had obviously nefarious intentions. So please keep Estefany's face out there. Right, next we have, let me go to the right slide, Rosalind Rodriguez. She is missing from the Bronx, New York. Have you seen 16-year-old Rosalind Rodriguez? Rosalind was last seen at the New Vision Charter School on November 16, 2021, around 7 a.m. She is described as being 5'2", 115 pounds, a Latina woman with black curly hair and dark brown eyes. She was last seen wearing a green sweater, black pants, and green and white Jordan shoes. If seen, leave a comment. Call 911. Forget about leaving comments on any social media. Call 911. Call the New York City Police Department at 212-694-7781. You can also call, it says you can call from payphone, burner phone, restaurant, hospital, free app. Call from anywhere you can call from. In addition, leaving a note somewhere or handing to someone who can give it to somebody who can turn it in for you is another way to report anonymously. So that is Rosalind Rodriguez, 16 years old, missing from the Bronx, New York. All right, before we go into this next one, because I do have an article I'm going to read, I'll get caught up in comments because I'm sure I am way behind. Let me get a drink. Guess I can turn my cam back on for a minute. Let me get back over to comments. Get back down to where I was. Glasses are not wanting to stay on my face tonight. Get back down. I think I went too far. Okay. Miranda says her cat is pleasantly plump. See, my cat, Tigger, my adult cat, the big brother, you would think that he was malnourished because he's all, ever since we had him, because he's a double rescue. The lady who had him before we got him, they got him from a shelter, and then she had to go into the nursing home, couldn't take him, didn't have any family that could take him, so we took him. And he's always been long and lean, as we call him, long and lean. But now my baby brother and sister-in-law's cat, Fido, Yes, he does have a dog's name, and there is a story behind that. Oh my God, that cat he looks like a Macy, or have you ever seen in the Shrek movie when they blow up the whatever animal it is, they blow it up for a balloon, and you got this big fat body with these little legs and this little head. That's exactly what Fido the cat looks like, and he's probably 15 or 17 years old. I don't see how he waddles. I don't see how he walks, but he's still alive and kicking. Sorry, I got a gnat as usual around me. So Tigger or Fido, I would also consider pleasantly plump, although he's not so pleasant anymore. He's old and grumpy. Oh, excellent. Denaya was found safe as well. Let me go back and find Denaya. Where's she at? There she is. Denaya McGinnis from Missouri was found safe and well. Excellent. 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 Thank you, Dorothy. Always good to hear. Most definitely. Okay. Thank you for that. T is always up with the information. Chris said, Michael Monkey Vaughn's case is puzzling. He sees red flags. And I know they did arrest at least, 3 people for Monkey's disappearance, but I don't know. So I had to refresh my memory. I don't know what they were charged with and what's going on with that case, but all I know is that Monkey still has not been found, and he is the most important part of this case. He needs to be found for him, for his mom, for Brandy, and for the whole family. So yeah, absolutely. Forrest says 2 children found safe. Yes, absolutely. Did Miss Paula sneak in on me, or did I not say hi to you? If I forgot to say hi, or if I said hi already, hi again, Miss Paula. Welcome, welcome. Miranda says, I thought that law enforcement found evidence of Monkey's remains at the neighbor's house. I know that they did a lot of digging at, I don't know if it was at the house of the people that were arrested or another house. I think they did do some digging. Don't quote me 100% on this. And maybe some cadaver dogs had hid, and they thought that his remains, or at least some kind of human remains, had been there. May have been moved, but I don't think they found actually found remains. But yes, evidence of remains, maybe, as far as maybe the dog hitting in a particular place. Absolutely. Far says a prayers for Ronnie's family and friends. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Donna, absolutely. Miss Donna says missing and not forgotten is her nonprofit organization in honor of my best friend. My best friend that went missing was found unalive, a victim of homicide. Yes. When because me and Miss Donna are finally, I thought we were already friends on Facebook. But we are now friends on Facebook. I sent her a friend request, and that is the first thing I read, because she has it pinned on the top of her page, is the story of her friend. And I was bawling by the time I finished reading it. So there is apparently she has a nonprofit organization, and I do believe there's also a group, Missing and Not Forgotten Facebook group, which I joined. along with a lot of other groups that Miss Donna sent me invitations to join. Thank you so much. But yes, Miss Donna does lots of wonderful work. Wonderful work. Right. Lance says that the link to the group, I don't know which group it is, didn't work. He says it may be because he's in Canada. Facebook has these rules about Canada now. Yeah, and I noticed just a little, if I can do a little griping and moaning for a minute. I noticed Facebook did Meta, whatever, did yet another update on Facebook, and everything's just totally screwed up again. Every time they do an update, screws everything up. Arctic says, I'm glad they're covering Jared. I've covered him on my channel as well. Yes. You're talking about Jared McCullough, right? Yes, there's Jared. And I'm going to have to look up, like I said, I've never watched or listened to the Sounds of Sirens podcast, but I'm definitely going to look it up. Definitely going to look it up. All right, Chris, thank you. Chris says Madison Stewart's case is in Notre Dame University town. Thank you. Back to the, so that one on Rosalind. Quickly get caught up in chat and we will move on. Absolutely. Prayers for Jared. Chris says Jared's case has a ton of red flags in his opinion. Yes, that is the question. Farr says, where are the children going? And it's not, it's bad enough that and this, I'm going to get on, not really my soapbox, but give a little bit of my opinion for a minute. Not only do we have to worry about strangers harming or abducting our children, a lot of times it's becoming more and more common, unfortunately, we have to worry about parents, family members, stepmothers, stepfathers. The people who are supposed to be loving and taking care of these children are the ones that are harming them. And it's just so infuriates me and disgusts me, disturbs me, breaks my heart. We got to protect our children. Arctic may have to explain. Arctic said it's in her living room. Oh, were you talking about Estefani? The video footage from the living room in her home. It's in her living room. She did not get caught on exterior cameras. And Arctic said that Oklahoma City PD isn't even looking for her. I'm assuming we're talking about Estefani. Yes. Farr says online is so scary. I worry for the little ones. Yeah. And it seems like, if I had kids of my own, they would not be allowed to. They might be allowed to get on social media and have their own cell phone, like when they're 21. It's so scary how these predators can infiltrate these apps and these different websites that are supposed to be safe for kids. But we know, unfortunately, that nothing is truly safe out there as far as social media goes. And there's got to be a way to make social media safer for the kids. And I don't know how we're going to do it. But something's definitely got to give when it comes to social media and kids. in Arctic. He would know. He lived in Oklahoma for a long time. Now he's a 40-year, I think, 40-year honorary Arkansan now. He says no shortage of RSOs in that part of OKC. Yes, far that is very scary. I agree. Hey, Chris said, it is Ring camera and Ring doorbell. Thank you. Far says in Australia that they have a lot of unsolved where I live, where she lives. Oh my goodness. Far says Robbie Joe Coulter was unalived January 1st, 1989. Trigger warning. He was tied with chains, padlocks, weighted down. According to LE, he unalived himself. Now tell me how that happens. I'm not buying that at all. And Far says they have a lot of there. You mean very suspect that have been ruled self-harm? Unfortunately, that happens a lot here. Fredericktown, cough, Fredericktown. And put in the river. That's the same case, the Robbie Coulter case. How do you chain, padlock, weigh yourself down, and throw yourself in the river? Oh, goodness. Paula, I don't know if you're talking to me or somebody else, but I believe, yes, me and you, as far as my Southern Gal, Dawn SGTC account that I use, for here. I believe I think we're friends on Facebook. Thank you, Dave. Dave said, please like, share, and sub. And please, everybody, like, share, and sub to Dave's channel, Out on the Prowl. Once again, I believe he said he would be doing his live stream early Sunday morning, 12:30-ish Eastern Standard Time. Far says, I never worried this much about my own kids like I worry for every child these days. Yes. And I don't know how old you are, for, and I would never deem to ask. But yeah, I'm 53, and back in my day, I grew up. I was born in 71, so I grew up in the 70s, was a kid, and granted, I lived out on the farm. We could, me and my brothers and cousins, we could go anywhere on the farm we wanted to, unattended, because we knew, every inch of the land and to get back. And we lived about 5 to 10 minutes from town, and when we were preteens and teens, we were allowed to go into town. Um, you know, they would take us to town and drop us off, and we could, walk around. That was our entertainment, because in a small town I live in of less than 2,000, there's not a whole lot to do here, or back then and now. So, we were allowed to walk around the streets with our friends and, hang out at the city park, or at whoever's house, or group of friends. We would, go to a house and hang out. Or during the summertime, like I said, we walked up and down the streets of town, and, and even after dark, and we were never scared of being snatched, and our parents were never worried about us being snatched. But different times these days. And, of course, things like that did happen back in the 70s, 80s. Kids did get kidnapped and alive, but and I don't know if it's because back then it was before the internet, before the 24/7 news cycles. of course it happened, but you just didn't hear about it unless it happened in your local area and they reported on it on your local news. But now with internet, social media, 24/7 news cycles, we hear stories from around the world, around, not just local, but from your state, the United States, the world. It's a constant barrage. So maybe that seems like it makes it seems like it happens more, and it might possibly happen more. But I do think that there is more human trafficking, and I know Arctic is a big on the human trafficking. But yeah, I think it may be getting worse, or is getting worse, in my opinion. Par says her kids are all in their 30s now. I absolutely agree, my friend. Arctic says getting rid of apps like TikTok, Snapchat, and Telegram would go a long way towards making the internet safer for children. Absolutely. I do not have I have Facebook. I have my personal Facebook account for friends and family. I have my Southern Gal True Crime uh, Facebook account for all my friends on here. And then any family members, victims or whatever that want to get in touch with me. I've never had TikTok. I've never had Snapchat. At one point when I was making and selling my jewelry, I did have an Instagram account to post my pictures of my jewelry and to sell my jewelry through, along with I did have an eBay and a Etsy account, but I got to the point where I couldn't, my arthritis was so bad and my eyes got so bad I can't make jewelry anymore every once in a while. So I shut down my Etsy and my eBay, and I think my Instagram account is still active, but I never get on it. So yeah, I don't do TikTok, Snapchat, nothing like that. I have Facebook and I have YouTube, and that is all I have. That is all I want. Half the time on I do not even get on my personal Facebook page, because it's just, I get on it to keep up some with family and friends, but it's just too much drama and too much negativity. And I don't have time for it. I frankly don't want to hear about it and deal with it. So I just stay off as much as I can. And I stay on, I'm actually on my Southern Gal True Crime, Facebook account more than I'm on my personal account, because it's just all drama and drama this, drama that. And welcome, John Paul Hanson Music. Good to have you here. Absolutely. Welcome, welcome. There's Miss Peggy. Miss Peggy, says she is lurking. That is wonderful. You can lurk all you want. It's good to have you here, Miss Peggy. Oh my goodness. Sorry, this gnat is driving me crazy. Hopefully it won't. I don't know if any of you guys were here. It's been a few weeks ago, but we have these stupid little gnats here. And in the middle of a live stream, one of them decided to fly at my nose. And needless to say, I had to turn my camera and my mic off to get it out. But anyway, Farr says baby unalivers don't even go to jail here. Oh my goodness. 2 adults, 1 child unalive. Someone did it. Charge them both. Yes. That is just wild. Absolutely. John Paul Hanson says, hi guys, and thank you, just listening in. That's perfectly fine. I do that a lot if I'm busy doing something or trying to get stuff put together, slideshows or presentations or information put together for my channel. I will turn on, depending if I'm working on my phone or my computer, I'll use my other device to put on a creator's live stream or show, and I'll just listen in to it while I'm working on my stuff. Helps me kill two birds with one stone, so that is perfectly fine. Thank you so much, John Paul. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I agree. I agree. That's well put. Forrest says definitely getting worse. The world is bloody evil. The balance has been lost. Yes. Unfortunately, I think the balance of good and evil, if that's what you're talking about, unfortunately, I think is balancing, leaning more towards the evil than the good, and that's just a very terrifying thought. Terrifying thought to me. Yes. John Paul says, my daughter's 18. These kids are lured in by sweet talk directed at self-esteem. Yes, they go after vulnerable children. Trafficking is real. Absolutely. Good for you. Good for you for covering it. Absolutely. Yes. And I don't know if, yeah, Arctic is here. He's commenting it, but yeah, I know Arctic is and me and Arctic gonna have to get together and do a live show sometime to discuss the freaking Amber Alert system because we both have the same thoughts on that and the trafficking. Yeah. Yep. See here. Yep. Arctic says, you don't even want to know how many irons I have in the fire behind the scenes working on legislation to help put an end to trafficking and to get better alerts out when children go missing. See, I told you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Par says that's exactly what I'm talking about. All right. I think I'm caught up in chat again. So we will uh, take that down so I can read what I'm doing. See what we got next. Get a little drink of water. Not water, Coke. This is Catherine Sloan. She is missing from so I pronounce this right, Venango County, Pennsylvania. And I do have an article. I'm gonna turn this off. Stop my cam for a minute while I'm reading. Let me find the article, and I'm gonna try to screen share the article. If I could find the right one. Oh no, I don't think I have an article this one. Excuse me, wrong. I think this was just a very short article that I managed to get into the slide. Police searching for missing Oil City woman last seen around Christmas. Let me go back to my slides so I can read it better. Police say 37-year-old. Start making me in. 37-year-old Catherine Sloan of Oil City has not been seen since Christmas of 2023. And this article is from June this month from this year. Venango County, Pennsylvania authorities are searching for an Oil City woman who was last seen nearly 6 months ago, according to a report released on Wednesday, June 12th. Family members reported that 37-year-old Catherine Sloan of Oil City has not been seen since Christmas of 2023. Police say her last known address was in the 60 block of Rockwood Avenue in Cornplanter Township, Venango County. Sloan is described as a white, non-Hispanic female, approximately 5'4" with green eyes. Anyone with information on the whereabouts of Sloan is asked to contact PSP Franklin at 814-676-6596. and refer to PA 2024-776802. Oh my goodness, I just seen this video. I forgot to play. Let me play it right now. We were talking about Shannon Collins earlier. I believe. Have we talked about Shannon? Oh no, we're talking about him in a minute. Okay. So forget that. We'll get to Shannon right after this. Go back over here before I start pushing buttons. Now I did do a video. I think I uploaded it either today or yesterday on Hope Tucker. This is such a sad, heartbreaking case. I do have a video clip I'm going to play. Let me get caught up in comments before we go any further. Oh, that is excellent. Miss Donna says, Indiana just passed a new bill for green alert for missing veterans at risk. I'm hoping other states will follow through as well. That is fantastic. Yes, another almost forgotten, unfortunately, section of people is our veterans. God bless our veterans who served our country. Unfortunately, when they come back, a lot of them do have, understandably, a lot of problems, PTSD. Sometimes it's hard for them to get the help they need, and maybe even sometimes it's hard for them to reach out to ask for help. I do have my baby sister-in-law's cousin's brother was in the military. He ended up taking his own life. So it's just, and he was married, he had kids, outward appearance, you would think everything was fine, and then just one day they got the call you never want to get. But yes, that is excellent. For missing veterans alert, that is absolutely fantastic. Far says, what's wrong with sound? It is probably my farm signal. Let me probably messed up my thing and pull the camera. Sometimes because I go through my Wi-Fi hotspot on my phone to do this, because we do not have proper Wi-Fi or internet out here right now. So they're laying cable. So at some point, I'm hoping to get internet Wi-Fi. So that's one. Try to anything that's donated, memberships, anything I get from memberships, any donations go right back into the channel. To hopefully at some point get me some proper Wi-Fi or internet. Anything that's donated and money I make on memberships, I don't make profit. Like I said, I'm gonna try to save up to get Wi-Fi, internet when it's available. Excuse me, I use it to pay for my StreamYard every month. I get the very cheapest StreamYard plan I can get. The only reason that I got the paid version is because I didn't have, with the unpaid plan, you can only use so many hours a month. And when I started doing my live streams, I kept running out of hours before the month was up. So I just bit the bullet and got the very cheapest plan on StreamYard. So anything that's donated goes to help pay for StreamYard. I do have one video editing app that I use that I pay for. It's just the basic plan. So yeah, if it's the sound, it's what I call my farm signal. It goes in and out. I apologize. So it may sound a little tinny or glitchy. Now, if I ever lose sound completely, please say, hey, we can't hear you at all, and I'll see what I can do. But I apologize for the sound quality. All right. Chris said JP is a guy he knows, respects. I don't know. Chris, you'll have to let me know who JP is. Ooh, let's see. Absolutely. Miranda says, missing people make me feel so sad. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Yeah. And Far says, Miranda, same, breaks my heart. That is wonderful. Miranda said, that's amazing. We just had a missing veteran who I have to be careful how I can't say the S word. We just had a missing veteran who had self-harm ideations. He was eventually found safe and his family got him some help. Thank goodness. Absolutely. And she says that was in Michigan. Trying to get caught up in Park says thank you. You're welcome for whatever it was. I talk about so many things. I'm behind in comments, but you're welcome for whatever it was. There's Doodlebug. Hello, Doodle. Says hello, humans. Welcome, welcome, Doodle. Doodlebug Part has a great channel. Please check it out. If somebody can, I do need to give Doodlebug a wrench at some point. I'll try to do that. But a lot of people here have wrenches, so they can throw in Doodlebug's channel. But welcome, Doodlebug. All right, I'm caught up in comments, so I will. So if you have not heard the case of Hope Tucker, so sad, heartbreaking. Just the basics before I played the clip. Hope Tucker went miss. 46 years old, 6'1", 220 pounds. Last seen wearing a black shirt, white shorts, purple shoes. She was, and this is from Buckeye, Arizona. She was last seen on May 22nd with her autistic nonverbal son, and the video clip will explain a lot. She was last seen May 22nd near I-10 and Verrado. If you have a tip, you can submit a tip online at buckeyeaz.gov. Sorry, I'm having trouble reading the small writing. Gov crime tips. All right, so I'm going to, and once again I have four video clips. None of them are too long. So I did not take the time. I didn't have time to load them all onto StreamYard, so I'm just going to go fetch them as I need them. So I will mute my mic and cam while it is playing, and I will go fetch the video, and then I will be back. Make sure I'm going to get the right one.
News begins this Sunday night with a developing story. For more than a month, no one has seen a Buckeye mom who vanished. But today, search crews spent the day looking for her. 46-year-old Hope Tucker was last seen with her son before she vanished a month ago. That announcement coming just today. 12 News journalist Chase Golightly in Buckeye tonight with why it took investigators so long to release the information.
Jonathan, it's because Tucker's family just informed police about it yesterday afternoon, leaving a huge chunk of time investigators now have to account for. From the sky and ground, Buckeye police searched for 46-year-old Hope Tucker near Verrado and the I-10.
We've attempted to ping Hope's phone, but have been unsuccessful in gaining any information about her whereabouts.
Krista Planelp with Buckeye Police says Tucker was last seen on May 22nd, driving a purple Dodge Charger with her son when the car broke down on the interstate.
We're told that the two left the vehicle to find some shade, and that sometime after that, that Hope may have suffered a life-threatening medical emergency.
A DPS trooper found that purple Charger hours later, but no one inside. The son was also found, but 2 days later, and near this gas station in bad shape.
The son was transported to the hospital where he stayed for weeks receiving treatment.
Buckeye PD said Tucker wasn't with him. They also said the son has autism and is nonverbal. So it wasn't until a relative from another state went and picked him up from the hospital a month later and asked where his mom was when he finally told him about the situation. He said they were walking when his mom fell to the ground.
Shortly after that, Hope had closed her eyes and stopped speaking. And so the son believes that he saw his mother die.
Putting police at a disadvantage in the search for this missing mother.
It's incredibly challenging for us because of the communication barrier, because of the time delay, and because of the heat.
I did speak to a relative of Tucker's, and they tell me the entire family is praying for her safe return home. If you have any information on her whereabouts, you are encouraged to call police. We're in Buckeye. Chase Golightly, 12 News.
Let's hope someone can find her soon. Chase.
Right, so as you heard there, oh, such a heartbreaking case. Her son, autistic, his name is Tashawn. Nonverbal, needs 24/7 care. And I think, I don't know, I'm trying to think if I had another article to read. I don't think I did. Let me make sure. Hold on one second. Let me go through but I did read an article where Hope's father, I believe his name is Leroy, he is now taking care of Tashawn. As you heard in the clip, they found Tashawn he had miraculously made his way into, I'm assuming, the nearest town. He was found urinating in public. Thankfully, they realized that they might not have realized he was autistic at the time, but he was suffering some kind of medical emergency. Took him to the hospital. He wasn't apparently able, to communicate who he was. And somehow, and I'm still unsure of how they finally found his grandfather. Grandfather went to the hospital. Obviously, he knows how to talk to Tashawn to, get information. Got this information, immediately called the police. But this was exactly 1 month after Hope went missing, so they were already a month behind through no fault of anybody. It's just so heartbreaking. I think it mentioned that Tashawn basically said he thought he saw his mother pass away, and that just breaks my heart. So this is a very important to get this information out here about Hope. Even if of course, we always wish and hope for the best possible outcome, that she will be found alive and well. But if that doesn't happen, hopefully they can find her at some point, be able to bring her home, lay her to rest, so they won't be wondering for possibly the rest of their lives. Hopefully it won't come to that, where she is. It's just heartbreaking. Absolutely. Right there. Heartbreaking. Most definitely. All right. Let's see what we have next. So next we have Shannon Collins, Arkansas case. Once again, for anybody who might be coming in late, I did do my video that I contribute or wanted to do for Shannon's case. Once again, Arctic Fox True Crime did an excellent live stream a couple of weeks ago. Please go watch it, watch the replay. And I'm going to play a video clip, a short video clip. There is finally maybe at least a changing of attitude or regarding Shannon's case. It is now being investigated not just as a missing person, but as a missing person with foul play involved. And once again, I will upload the full 55-page statement that Shannon's family, his family as in his brother, sister, and parents, compiled and put out with all the information they have been able to find. I encourage you to read it. You can also find it on the, once again, let me figure out where I put the, where's it at? Right here. You can also go to the Share Shannon Story Facebook page. You can download the condensed version, which is 5 pages long, which is what I read from in the video that I did. You can also download the full 55-page document or statement that they did. And like I said earlier, I'm going to try to, at some point this weekend or sometime this coming week, I'm going to go through and read the whole 55-page document and probably upload it as a members only video for anybody who wants to read, just listen if you don't have time to read. But once again, you can find it. I'll put it on my Discord. It's on the Facebook page. I encourage you, please read it. Please share Shannon's story anywhere and everywhere you can. Because this case definitely is very solvable, in my opinion, and definitely needs justice. So before we get to the clip, another bit of good news that was shared today on the Facebook page. It says we've been notified that Advocate Project Cold Case has been kind enough to help bring awareness to Shannon's story. It says starting at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time today, Shannon's profile will be featured on their official website, a Facebook page, and other social media platforms. We're extremely grateful for the Project Cold Case team for helping us continue to shed light on the truth. Thank you for all you do. And I'm trying to think of the name of the website. I think it is maybe projectcoldcase.org. I will find it and I will put a link to it in my Facebook group, and I will put it on my community tab here on YouTube. And I will find it on Facebook, the Facebook page, and put a link to that. Please go check it out. I'm so glad. It just seems like every day now, it's snowballing. More people, more podcasters, more YouTubers, more, like the Project Cold Case is picking up on Shannon's story and sharing it and getting it out there. And the more noise we make about Shannon's case, hopefully we'll push the powers that be to move forward and try to get something done. Let's see. Let me get caught up in comments right quick, and then I will play the local the video clip from one of our local news stations that they did when this information came out that they had were moving forward a little bit with the case. Let me get caught up in chat real quick. I said hello or waved hello, but Michelle C is here. Hello, my dear. Welcome. Another wonderful mod. Yeah, there's Arctic. I can't talk. Arctic is still here. Oh goodness, Michelle said that she was reading about a missing abducted 5-year-old in Argentina. and his name is Leon Pena, or Loan Pena, and my heart is aching. Absolutely. Children, I'm telling the kids get me. The kids get me. Yes, Chris says, is there any way I can help get the word out on it? Talking about the Argentina case. Oh, I'm sure Michelle or somebody could probably point you to a flyer or information, an article or something. Most definitely. And I will look into it too, Michelle. Absolutely. Thank you for hashtag justice for Shannon Collins. And you can also use the hashtag, I think it's in my crawler there on the bottom, hashtag share Shannon's story and hashtag love always hopes. And of course, as always, I have hashtag justice for Timmy D's, hashtag justice for Durante Martin. Absolutely. Yes, there it is. Hashtag share Shannon's story. Absolutely. Yep. Love always hopes. Yes. Thank you for. Absolutely. Arctic. And I know this Shannon's case is very close to Arctic's heart too. He says, glad to see Shannon's case gaining so much traction. Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Michelle. Put a link in the chat to the Argentina case. Thank you so much, my dear. I will definitely be checking that out. All right. Let me go fetch Shannon's video right quick, and I will be right back.
Missing for 3 years, and now investigators are saying the details surrounding his disappearance don't add up. THV11's Carter Thweed spoke with them about what's made their search difficult and a family member still hoping for answers.
Shannon Collins was last seen here in the small town of Pottsville. He's been missing since March of 2021, but it wasn't reported until November of that year.
And so that's when we decided to report him missing.
Collins' sister, Holly Beckwith, says his wife and kids claimed he was traveling and that they were in contact with him.
They came down to visit me, just in my dining room over there, and I just had a good visit, but at the same time, I still was trying to figure out why my brother wasn't around.
According to Beckwith, she and her other brother believed the story for a while, but after months went by with no further contact from Collins, they informed the Pope County Sheriff's Office. Lieutenant Jacob Yarbrough has been investigating the case since then.
His brother, his sister, his parents are in agony.
Yarbrough told me conversations with Collins' immediate family haven't been very successful.
We went back for follow-ups and they weren't talking to us. They said they wanted counsel. And so even to this day, we welcome them to come down and talk to us.
I also tried to get in touch with Collins' wife and kids, but never heard back. This week, the sheriff's office released an update reading, in part, investigators are looking at this case as a missing person with foul play involved. Beckwith says she fears they're right about her brother.
I mean, at this point, I feel like he is not alive, and that I don't know how that happened or what happened.
Beckwith and her other brother still run a Facebook page called Share Shannon's Story to help make people aware. And while Lieutenant Yarbrough says he can't share everything he knows about the case, his department will continue to work towards solving it.
Our goal is to find Shannon, and there are people that can help with that, and we're willing to talk with them.
In Pottsville, Carter Thweet, THV11 News.
Now, anyone who has information on Shannon Collins is encouraged to call the Polk County Sheriff's Office. We'll post that number in this story on THV11.com.
Right, so that was just a small news clip of what was reported on one of our local news here in Central Arkansas. I'm sure it's been reported all over Arkansas, hopefully. Regarding Shannon, the new developments in, as in they're now investigating it or listing it as missing with foul play involved. And I forgot to, and I read something within the last couple of days on the Facebook page that just infuriated me. And I don't know, Arctic may have seen it, but apparently, because just a little, and this is included in, I don't think it was in the condensed version of the statement that the family released, but it is in, I believe, the 55-page document. But there were I have to say allegations, allegedly, although it was reported. No, actually, I guess it's not alleged. It was reported, documented, police records, that apparently a church that the family attended, allegedly, I'm still going to say allegedly, just so, especially after reading what I read on the Facebook page, that allegedly a member of Shannon's immediate family, the wife, allegedly took around $16,000 and asked, and I don't know, maybe, I don't know if it was the pastors, don't quote me on that, asked somebody in the church to hide $16,000. And I'm going to, and this is just pure speculation and assumption on my part, most likely came from his pension checks that they were allegedly collecting, asked this church or a member of this church to hide $16,000 in the church. So just to give that as background, so a couple of days ago, there was a post on the Facebook page that apparently a member of the church had, during the live stream, because I guess a lot of churches do it now, they live stream church services, but during this live stream, a member of the church had asked a prayer request for Shannon, and apparently somebody removed this comment that they made, this prayer request, banned this person from the Facebook page, and turned off the comments for the Facebook page for this church. To me, that is infuriated me. It is unacceptable. You know, whether or not you're a person of faith or not, that is just, that should bother you, especially regarding this case. So, you know, I said I can't even remember the name of the church right now, but you can go on, once again, go to the Facebook page, and the post is there. But I just thought that was just, it just blew my mind when I read it. Just horrible. Wrong way. Go back to Shannon. Go back in comments to see if I missed anything. And going back to Michelle's going back to, I'm assuming, the Argentina case. She says, I can't remember. I might have already read this comment, but I'm gonna read it again. It says it is believed to be trafficking, and they have several people arrested. Thank you. Arctic said that he posted him to his community page. Paula says they had a video link to the presidential election. I don't know which election you're talking about. I'm sorry, Paula. Yes, absolutely. Michelle says, thank you so much for sharing your story. Yes, I will look, if we're talking about the Argentina story, Lawan, I hope I'm pronouncing this name right. I will most definitely look into it and do a video on it to feature it somehow. Yes. Arctic says the church helped the wife hide the money in their safe. Yes. And apparently that was, like I said, that was the church. Like I said, Arctic, I don't know if you saw that post or not, but yeah, a couple of days ago they posted that the comment was removed from the live stream. The person who posted it has been banned from the Facebook page, and they have turned off all comments on their page, which is despicable in my opinion. Yes, Michelle says, also so glad to see Shannon's case being spoken about. Yes, ma'am. Yes, that is also, and they failed to disclose this information to Ellie after Shannon went missing. Absolutely. Horrible. The more I find out about this case, the more it infuriates me. And I know it does Arctic too. All right, let's see what we got next. Okay, so we did that. Okay, so today, or not today, so today is Friday, so this was posted 2 days ago. So Wednesday was Jeremy Lawrence's 40th birthday. I have shared Jeremy's story many times. I featured him as my case of the week. But his mother posted, Debbie is his mom. She said on his birthday, she said, today is Jeremy's 40th birthday. Instead of celebrating, we are grieving his absence. This day will always be a day I remember as being one of the happiest days of my life, starting June 26, 1984. Jeremy, you are loved and you are greatly missed. So I just wanted to include that. As always, thoughts, prayers, good vibes go out to Miss Debbie, to Jeremy's father, to his kids, his children, his girlfriend at the time that he was going to visit, who had just had their baby. That's who he was going to visit. He visited her in the hospital and was on his way home when he disappeared. If you don't know Jeremy's story, like I said, I have done a video on it. I believe Arctic probably most likely has done a video on it. So please do check it out. Jeremy has still not been found. His face and the story still needs to be out there. Absolutely. But I just wanted to include that. Okay, so now I'm going to go right back quickly to an Arkansas case. I've been covering, this is the Troy Strope case. I have been following it and sharing it as much as I can since the news came out when they found her body. I do have a video clip. It's about 2.5 minutes. Thankfully, there have been now 2 people arrested in her case. From what I gather, there may be possibly more. And there is a Facebook, I can't remember if it's a page or a group dedicated to Troy. I will try to find that link and put it in the community tab. But yeah, 2 arrests have been made, so I was very excited to hear that. So I will play that clip. I can't talk as usual. I will play that clip. Let me get caught up in some comments popped up. Yes. Arctic says, does it surprise me that church can be shady AF? Yeah. And I am a person of faith, but I do have a little bit of a problem with organized religion. In my opinion, I can pray and talk to my higher power, my God, anywhere, at any time. I don't have to necessarily be in a church. But yeah, because we know, especially in the 80s, there were a lot of the not so much local churches, when we had the televangelist in the 80s. We had Jim and Tammy Faye Baker and a bunch of scam artists, just in my opinion. I'm just going to say it. So sometimes I have, not with all churches and organized religion, but a lot of churches are definitely, as Arctic so eloquently put it, shady AF. Oh, I got you, Paula. Yeah, during the end. Yeah, and says that during the news clip, there's a picture of the year's election at the bottom left. Yeah, that's just it was a YouTube video clip from a news station, and they at the end, you can put different things up at the end. So, all right, so I'm going to play. Actually, it's a compilation, or it's two clips that I put together. Just for anybody who does not know, it gives a little bit of background on Troy's case. So I will play that very quickly.
We at least have an arrest, and it happened on the day that, so the 20th is not going to be just the day the tote was found.
The 20th, now a day Eve Dillman says her family can replace the grief of losing her niece, Troy Strope, with hope because of the arrest of 45-year-old Lacey by the St. Francis County Sheriff's Office. Lacey's being held on $1 million bond and faces several charges, including first-degree murder. Lacey is accused of killing Strope, her body found back in February stuffed in a plastic tote. Her remains discovered by teenagers on a rural St. Francis County road.
When we have a conviction and when we have all of the people involved, because no one should escape this horrific thing they did.
Lacey's capture comes almost 4 months after deputies searched a Forest City home. Deputies say they expect more arrests. Have you ever seen the suspect, Micah Lacey?
Personally, no. On different avenues, yes. So obviously, the minute they had served the first warrant and they went into the house, we began to research who this person was and anything we can learn about him, and I can't say that we've learned anything that's good.
Dillman says the relationship between Lacey and Strope is still unclear as they ask one question: why?
We would like everyone still to support us because we obviously have a long road ahead. I know it will take time to get through the justice system, and we have a lot of work still to do to get to that point.
In St. Francis County, for your news leader, Brian Ditlake, WREG.
Person is now facing charges in the death of a St. Francis County woman whose body was found inside a plastic tote on a rural road. The St. Francis County Sheriff's Office says 41-year-old Corey Anderson has been charged with abuse of a corpse. His arrest comes just 4 days after 45-year-old Michael Lacey of Forest City was arrested. Lacey was arraigned today on charges of first-degree murder and abuse of a corpse. Troy Strope's body was found inside a large plastic tote on County Road 731 back in February. Anderson is being held on a $50,000 bond. Lacey is being held on a $1 million bond.
All right, so that was the latest information that has come out about the Troy Strope case. And when this story first came out, of course, about the only information when it first came out was that they found a woman's body, I think maybe wrapped in plastic or wrapped in something in a tote out in the middle of nowhere. So, of course, my first thought was it was a possible serial offender or a predator. It's before they knew who she was, knew that she was local to the area. So my first thought was it was possibly a serial offender or some kind of predator opportunity, and just brought her, maybe took her life somewhere, did whatever god awful things that they did, and which god awful things were done to her, from what I understand, and just was passing through, found this place out in the middle of nowhere, dumped her body, and moved on. But then as more information started to come out, she was local to the community. And now from comments that I've been reading on the either the group or the page, whatever it is, these people, they don't know how exactly that she is linked to these to Corey Anderson and Michael Lacey, who have been arrested. But I've been reading the comments on different posts from family members that run the group or post in the group, and apparently there might have been possibly a party or something, and something happened at the party, and that's when, and then they, dumped her body. So hopefully, and as you heard in the clip there, more arrests may come. So definitely still going to keep my eye on this, and I will let you know when and if any new information comes out regarding Troy's case. Oh, thank you, Doodlebug, for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Doodlebug. I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. Oh, let me give you your moo cow. Mr. Steve has his blue light, and I have my moo cow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doodlebug. I appreciate that very, very much. Very, very much. Absolutely. Artie says, thanks for joining. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate it. Like I said, thank you. Doodlebug says she loves my cow, my moo cow. You can thank, actually, Sunshine from Mind of Monsters made that for me. As she did my, let me take this down for a minute, get myself out of the way. Let me find the, can't get it. Where's the, here, let me remove myself for a minute so you can see my background. Doodlebug, got Doodlebug on my mind. Thank you. Yeah, Sunshine from Mind of Monsters made that background for me, and I absolutely love it. I absolutely love my moo cow for my thank yous for donations and memberships. She also keep saying Doodlebug. Sunshine also had made me a beautiful logo. I still use it. I changed up a little bit, but I do still have the beautiful logo avatar that Sunshine made me. I think it's in the end of my intro, and I use it on some of my Facebook stuff. So thank you to Sunshine, as always, for everything that she does for me, makes for me. Lost my train of thought. Oh, and speaking of donations, memberships, like I said earlier, I don't do this to make money. I would never, like some other, what they call them, the tragedy pimps, try to make any profit or money off of these missing persons, these horrible cases that I share, and the missing persons. So anything that is donated, any membership money from memberships goes back into the channel to keep it running. Like I said earlier, to help pay for my basic plan for my StreamYard, for my photo editor, just different things, that little things that I use to do, So anything and everything is appreciated that is donated, and memberships. I love my members. I love my subscribers, or just anybody who comes in and watches me sit here, and share these missing persons with you and these cold cases. I just appreciate everybody, absolutely, the whole community, absolutely. All right, let's see how long we're going. 2.5. That's not bad. Maybe 3 hours. I think I got a couple more stories. But we can hang out as long as there's, I'll hang out as long as there's people here listening and chatting. I enjoy looking at your guys chatting and participating in chat. So All right. So actually this, Chris, I think, is this the one? Chris Gideon actually brought this one to my attention. I think very interesting, very interesting. I'm not going to read this out loud, but I will put it up. No, I'm definitely not asking for that. For one thing, I would never ask for that, and for a second, I don't need. I got them. I don't need them. I know it's too much information, but yeah, I'll, like I said, I'm never going to sit here and ask for money, beg for money. Like I said, I'm very absolutely appreciative of anything that's donated and all my members. Yes, you can always count on Arctic for for a good call me and a good laugh. But yes, I would never sit here and ask for money, beg for money. That's not what I'm about. It's not what my channel is about. Like I said, any donations I get and money from memberships goes right back into the channel. Don't make profit off of it. So yeah, I'm not like some of the others that, nope, not gonna do it. Would never do it. Oh, Doodlebug says I'm not ever gonna ask for the BBs, but I would take some Perky Sisters. Yeah, mine aren't so perky anymore. But I'm getting older, so, and I'm putting on weight, so in my old age, so yeah, mine not as perky as the girls aren't as perky as they used to be. Okay, let's get to this. I was gonna say, Chris Gideon actually brought this story to my attention. So credit to him. Thank you for Chris. I don't know if he's still hanging around here. And I think I have an article. I'll see if I can get it to screen share. But it's very interesting, very interesting. Because when I first read it, I'm thinking, yeah, because I'm just getting so, just as get on my soapbox for just a minute. And yes, I do know that there are innocent people in prison, truly innocent people in prison. Of course, if you listen to everybody in prison, that's in prison, they're innocent, according to them. There are innocent people that are in prison, but then again, there are also innocent people who have been let out of prison. And I'm getting so burned out on this Innocence Project stuff. Now, I almost said Innocent Project can, if they would, they could do good work and actually free innocent people. But in my opinion, the case, and this is just purely my opinion, the cases that they get involved with that are innocent and are trying to get free are all the high profile cases. So sometimes I think that the Innocence Project just, they get into it. They take these cases on for the fame, for the notoriety, to get their name in the, maybe make a little bit of money, write a book, whatever. How about Innocence Project? Let's take on some, if people that may be innocent, truly innocent, that are not high profile. How about that? Take on some of those cases, see what you can do with those. Once again, just my opinion. But this is Sandra Hemme. And we'll see if I can get my, let's see, take that down, see if I can screen share. Because this is very interesting, because when I first, before I got on my soapbox, and what I was going to say is, when I first read this story, I'm thinking, I'm innocent, I didn't do it, and let her out of jail. But the more, because I read several, I'm just going to read from this one article, but I did read several articles regarding this case after Chris brought it to my attention, and some of the facts. Sorry, I'm trying to get There it goes. Some of the facts, if they're true, and I have no reason to doubt it, it was reported by police, or in court, police reports, makes me think that this may be, in my opinion, a case of somebody that was put in jail, or sentenced, convicted, that may, don't know, obviously, don't know for sure, may possibly be innocent. But I will read the article and let you make up your own mind. So while you're listening to this, if you have any thoughts, comments on this, please do put them in chat. If you're watching on replay, please leave a comment. So this is from AP, and it is from, I don't know when it's from. Let me see, June 17th of this year. Let me swat some ads. And it says a woman may be freed. She's not free yet. I'm sure they're going to appeal to not get her, to not release her. But a woman may be freed after 43 years for a grisly homicide. Was a police officer the real offender? And this is, get up there, we can see it, Sandra Hemme. She was the lady that was convicted, and has been in prison. And I believe this is from Missouri. So it says a Missouri woman has spent 43 years in prison for a grisly 1980 homicide that her lawyers say was actually, allegedly, committed by a police officer with ties to the homicide scene. Now, Sandra Hemme is waiting to learn if she will regain her freedom after a judge overturned her conviction last week. He ruled Hemme was in a, quote, malleable mental state when investigators questioned her in a psychiatric hospital under heavy medication, and that prosecutors withheld evidence about the discredited officer who passed away in 2015. Hemme's legal team at the Innocence Project. So maybe this may be one time, possibly, that the Innocence Project may be doing something good. The Innocence Project say this is the longest time a woman has been incarcerated for a wrongful conviction. Her family is ecstatic. Her sister, JoAnn Case, said, "We just can't wait to get her home." Here are some things to know about the case. The key points. Judge Ryan Horseman ruled late Friday that attorneys for Hemme had established evidence of actual innocence and that she must be freed within 30 days unless prosecutors decide to retry her. Hemme was a psychiatric patient when she incriminated herself in the death of 31-year-old library worker Patricia Jeschke. Hemme is now 64 years old and is incarcerated at a women's prison northeast of Kansas City. Hemme's attorneys have filed a motion seeking her immediate release. So what happens next? County prosecutors have 30 days to determine whether to dismiss the charges or try her again. The Missouri Attorney General's office can also decide to get involved. Karen Postman, communications director for the Missouri Department of Corrections, said in an email, "In the past, exonerated people have been released if there are no plans to appeal the decision or retry the case, and the Department of Corrections gets that in writing from all the parties involved. The Buchanan County prosecutor and a spokesperson for the state attorney general's office did not immediately return phone and email messages from the AP seeking comment." So this is where we get into the, in my opinion, very interesting facts. So what happened in 1980? It started on November 13th of that year when Jeschke missed work. Her worried mother climbed through a window at her apartment and discovered her daughter's nude body on the floor surrounded by blood. I should have probably put the trigger warning. Her hands were tied behind her back with a telephone cord, and a pair of pantyhose were wrapped around her throat, and a knife was under her head. The brutal, unaliving grabbed headlines with detectives working 12-hour days to solve it. But Hemme wasn't on their radar until she showed up. Now, this, playing devil, or on the other side of this is a little concerning, but still. So Hemme wasn't on their radar until she showed up nearly 2 weeks later at the home of a nurse who once treated her, carrying a knife and refusing to leave. Police found her in a closet and took her back to St. Joseph's Hospital, which was the latest in a string of hospitalizations that began when she started hearing voices at age 12. Now that part is concerning. She had been discharged from that very hospital the day before Jeschke's body was found, showing up at her parents' house later that night after hitchhiking more than 100 miles across the state. And the timing seems suspicious to law enforcement. So what are the concerns about the interrogation? And I do have most definitely concerns if it's true, about the way the interrogation went. So according, allegedly, as the questioning began, Hemme was being treated with antipsychotic drugs that had triggered involuntary muscle spasms. She complained that her eyes were rolling back in her head, and this was according to the petition for her release. Detectives noted that Hemme seemed mentally confused and not fully able to comprehend their questions. She offered what her attorneys described as wildly contradictory statements, at one point blaming the homicide on a man who couldn't have been the offender because he was at an alcohol treatment center in another city at the time. Ultimately, she did plead guilty to capital homicide in exchange for the DP to be taken off the table. That plea was later thrown out on appeal, but she was convicted again in 1985 after just a one-day trial in which jurors were not told about what her current attorneys describe as grotesquely coercive interrogations. So we've all heard about coercive interrogations, false confessions. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened here. I don't know. It's a possibility though, especially if they were interrogating her and she was on what they call antipsychotic drugs. Because I've always been, and I'm in no way a professional, I'm not a lawyer or anything, but I was always under the impression that if it is known or even suspected that somebody is under just the influence of alcohol or any kind of just street substance, that they really can't or don't want to interrogate them at that time, because it could be, used in court. Say, hey, when this interrogation was done, they were under the influence and weren't coherent, and you can't trust anything that was said. So this is where we get to, in my opinion, very interesting facts. So who do Hemme's lawyers say is the real offender? Her attorneys argue that evidence was suppressed implicating Michael Holman, a police officer at the time in St. Joseph. Once again, we're in Missouri. We know a lot of us know about Missouri. I don't know if it's in the same part of Missouri as Fredericktown, all that mess. But at any rate, St. Joseph is a city on a bend in the Missouri River, roughly 50 miles north of Kansas City. So I'm assuming it's not anywhere near Fredericktown. So about a month after the incident, Holman was arrested for falsely reporting his pickup truck stolen and collecting an insurance payout. The same truck had been spotted near the crime scene, and his alibi that he spent the night with a woman at a nearby hotel could not be confirmed. And it gets better or worse. Furthermore, he had tried to use Cherrie, which is the victim's credit card, at a camera store in Kansas City, Missouri, on the same day that her body was found. Holman, who was ultimately fired, said his story was that he found the card in a purse in a ditch. Now, playing devil's advocate, that's plausible. I'm not going to go so far as to say possible or likely, plausible. But there's some other information that to me is just kind of, yeah. So during a search of Holman, the policeman's home, police found a pair of gold horseshoe-shaped earrings in the closet, along with jewelry stolen from another woman during a burglary earlier that year. Cherrie's father said he recognized the earrings, the horseshoe earrings, as a pair that he had bought for his daughter. But then the 4-day investigation into Holman ended abruptly, and many of these uncovered details were never given to Hemme's attorneys. So I haven't looked at comments, but get your red flags ready, because I definitely have red flags with this information. Oh my goodness, what did I do? Oh, there we go. Sorry. I was pushing buttons. So why did the judge decide to free Sandra Hemme? Horseman found her. Okay, so the judge was Horseman. Horseman found her trial counsel was ineffective, and prosecutors failed to disclose crucial evidence that would have aided in her defense, including Holman's criminal conduct. So between his criminal conduct, the horseshoe earrings that the victim's father was almost absolutely sure belonged to his daughter, that at best, in my opinion, would be definitely reasonable doubt. I said that's just me. I'm not a professional, but that's just what I would think if I was a juror. So the only evidence tying Hemme to the homicides was her, quote, unreliable statements, Horseman wrote, and her psychiatric condition was, quote, fertile ground for her to also internalize or come to believe the apparently false narratives that she told. He said her statements were also contradicted by physical evidence and accounts of reliable, independent witnesses. The judge said outside factors like media coverage and police suggestion substantially undermine the prosecutor's argument that Miss Hemme's statements contain details that only the offender could know. There was, however, evidence that, quote, directly ties Holman to this crime and homicide scene, he wrote. So were other mentally ill patients questioned like this? Lawyers at the Innocence Project say Hemme wasn't the first mentally ill person targeted by detectives in St. Joseph. Melvin Lee Reynolds, who also spent time at St. Joseph State Hospital, falsely confessed to the 1978 homicide of a 4-year-old following repeated interrogations. He was exonerated and freed in 1983 when a self-proclaimed serial offender, Charles Hatcher, pleaded guilty to the homicide. Now, we all know that sometimes some serial offenders, if they've got nothing to lose, if they're in for life, no parole, some serial offenders do confess to homicides they don't commit, for whatever reason, to raise their victim count or whatever in their twisted mind they're trying to accomplish. So that could be the case. I don't know, or it could be true. Who knows? All right, so that was the end of the article. So what do you guys think about this? Do you think it is possible that Sandra Hemme is innocent and that she was possibly framed, or just due to her mental issues, and she was, and the fact that this we have a police officer who was a suspect, didn't have an alibi. His truck that he had access to was seen close to the crime scene. Once again, the earrings that were found, that the victim's father was basically pretty, 100% sure was earrings that were given to his daughter. That is what bothers me, is that kind of evidence, and the fact that she was interrogated while she was under the influence of antipsychotic drugs. So, but once again, I would love to hear what you guys, let me know what you guys think in chat. If you're watching replay, please leave a comment and let me know what you guys think. And while you're watching replay. Right, let me stop sharing that. Put that back up there. Right, let me get caught up in chat again. Had lots of I'll turn my cam off for a minute while I'm reading comments. Oh goodness, I'm almost out of drink. All right, let's get back down to where I was. All right. Absolutely going back to the 2-hour anatomy conversation that me and Doodlebug were having. Yeah, mine are, yeah. Yeah. Yep. I agree. Oh, goodness. All right, let's see. Yes, Doodle says, oh, Lord, Missouri again. I know, every time, ever since I've gotten to know, research Timmy D's case, and for anybody who doesn't know, Timmy D's case is one of them Fredericktown cases, along with Durante Martin, Doug Till, the list goes on and on. Now, I have done deep dive live streams on Timmy's case and Durante's case. And, everything that Miss Barbara Hall, Timmy's mom, and Miss Marion Tate, Timmy's aunt, have been through, trying to get justice for Timmy. Every time I hear Missouri, I just cringe. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying, Doodle. Absolutely. Doodle says Missouri is as crooked as the roads. I'm beginning to think it's not just in Fredericktown that it's. And I did read a little bit off track or off subject, that I read an article that apparently, and I don't think it's been that long ago, that apparently they, whoever it was, FBI, any of the alphabet groups, had just busted a substance and maybe firearm ring that started down south of the border and ended up, I believe, somewhere close to St. Louis. Hold on a minute, my battery is flashing on my phone. Okay, for some reason it wasn't charging. All right. So they busted this big ring that was transporting, I think it was, like I said, substances and firearms. I don't know about the HT, but yeah, it was ended up in St. Louis or somewhere close to St. Louis. So it's just apparently the Missouri state of Missouri is a hub for that kind of thing, at least from articles that I've been reading. Oh my goodness. Is the world coming to an end? Arctic says Missouri actually prosecuted a homicide without declaring it an OD or self-unaliving. I guess miracles do happen. Wow. What case was that? I'm gonna have to look that up. Yes, that is a miracle. I'm blown away by that. Doodle says, have you guys seen the Sophia Miller case, 13-year-old pregnant runaway? No, I have not. I will have to look at that. Sophia Miller. What state is it from? And I will definitely look at it. As of course, Arctic says he's pretty sure he posted her to his community page. Absolutely. Going back to the Sandra Hemme, Arctic says, wow, that's almost as bad as letting a person take a lie detector test while hopped up on pain pills. Absolutely. That's what I thought. I mean, that is one of my biggest problems or questions that I have with this Sandra Hemme case that makes me think, well, maybe she might be innocent. I mean, yes, she did apparently had mental problems, and she showed up at this nurse's house with a knife. But that, that doesn't necessarily mean that she committed this crime that she was convicted of. And then they interrogated her while she was on antipsychotic drugs. That's definitely, in my opinion, a no-no and no-go. And then this alleged or evidence they've had against this police officer. To me, the biggest thing is, if it was his truck that was seen in the area of the victim's house that night, his girlfriend did not corroborate his alibi. And then you have the father saying that he's pretty sure that those horseshoe earrings, belong to his daughter, and they found them in the possession or in the house of this police officer. To me, that is some pretty good circumstantial evidence at the least, So yeah, I definitely have questions. And once again, thanks to, I don't know if he's still here, thanks to Chris Gideon for bringing that to my attention. Hey, get a look, see, welcome. Good to have you here. Haven't seen you in a while. I've seen you in some other chats. Good to see you. It's okay. If you come in late, you can always catch what you missed on replay. Yes, Michelle says she was clearly mentally ill. Shouldn't she have been in a treatment facility? Absolutely. Even though she seemed to have been a danger to herself and others at the time, the case for which she is accused. Yeah. Yeah. And I think from the article it says she had been in and out of the St. Joseph Medical Center or whatever rehab, whatever it was, but why was she in and out? Why wasn't she kept in there for her own protection? So yeah, I have questions about that too, Michelle. Yep, that absolutely, Bar. That's what I was thinking. Bar said, I didn't think you could be interrogated when under the influence of anything. First thing they ask is, are you on any meds, alcohol? If you say yes, you can't go ahead. Yeah, that was my understanding. Absolutely. And yes, absolutely. Another thing Michelle says that crime sounds sexually motivated. Yeah, absolutely. So that would lead me to believe, just from listening to the professionals who know what they're talking about, that I mean, there have been cases, they're rare, of sexually motivated crimes that have been committed by women against women and by men against men. But yeah, in my opinion, my first person of interest suspect would be this police officer, most definitely. Yep, there's a red flag. My first red flag of the night. Usually Miss Marion. I haven't seen Miss Marion. She may be with her grandbabies again, or Miss Barbara. But yeah, they have the red flags, and Chris Gideon usually has the red flags too. That is true, T. Arctic says it happens way too often. Ultimately, Ellie, all too often, would rather get a false confession so they can close the case than worry about the minor details like finding the actual perpetrator. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. And yes, for that is not justice. Absolutely. Yeah, but unfortunately it does still happen. Yeah, yes, Mr. Steve will be on the speed. I told Artis says if I'm ever a victim of a crime, I only trust Mr. Steve and Duty Ron to investigate at this point. Yes. I joke with Mr. Steve, although not joke, kind of like sorry, not sorry, that my family members, I'm going to give them Mr. Steve's telephone number to have on speed dial, so if anything ever happens to me, call Mr. Steve. Call local law enforcement, then call Mr. Steve. Yes, I agree. I tend to agree. That's my thinking. Cora says, and in my opinion, she was the scapegoat. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of West Memphis 3 a little bit with Jesse Miss Kelly's confession. And I know, that West Memphis 3 is one of those. It's either, I think I'm one of the rare people that are kind of on the fence because I try to look at all sides. All arguments on the West Memphis 3 case, but there are some, in Jesse Miss Kelly's confession, there are some things that are concerning about what he said that possibly, was correct, possibly about about the crime, but then there's a lot of things that he got wrong. A lot of people say that he did it on purpose to throw off the police. That could very well be true. But I've listened to the recordings of the interrogation and the confession many times, and in my opinion, there was a lot of leading questions or saying, "Well, now you sure it was this time?" Because he got the time wrong. He first said it happened during the day when the 3 boys were in school, and then as law enforcement said, "Well, you sure? You sure? You sure?" Then it got later and later and later until it was finally in the time frame of when the crime actually happened. So, I have questions on both sides in the West Memphis 3 case. Yeah. Farr says, I'm no investigator, though. I'm usually wrong. Yeah, what Sunshine say? We're not investigators. We're investigators. Yeah, but I think a lot of us are pretty smart, have some common sense, and we can kind of use our critical thinking and deductive reasoning on a lot of stuff to, at least form our own opinions or theories or ideas. Yeah, that's Miss Donna said she has so that they would take the death penalty off of the table. Yeah. I think that had a lot to do with it too. They probably said, hey, and I'm just theorizing. I don't know, obviously, but they could have said, hey, and I heard it before on interrogations I've watched, police will say, hey, you can either, you decide which side you're going to be on. You can tell us the truth, and we'll take the DP off the table and give you whatever, a deal or whatever. And somebody who's especially somebody who's vulnerable, may have mental issues or just scared. I mean, you can see how they would confess just to even if because I've always understood that law enforcement they don't, they can lie. They can say, hey, you're going to get the DP if you don't confess, or this will happen or that'll happen. And or they can say, hey, we have your DNA or your fingerprints, when they actually don't. That's legal to do. So I think that might contribute to, and I'm not anti-law enforcement by any means. And that can be a good tactic when you have somebody that you're reasonably sure is the offender, and you can say, hey, what if we told you we had your DNA or your fingerprints? What would you say about that? And then that will lead to good confessions, by an actual offender. But sometimes if it's not the actual offender and they do it, and the person gets scared and just gives in and falsely confesses. Absolutely. Justice for Timmy D's. Yep. Absolutely. Miss Donna says she confessed to take the DP off the table. That speaks volumes. Yes, that is exactly what I was thinking. Doodle says, going back to Missouri, says it's not just Madison County. Washington and St. Francis and Iron are all terrible and right next to each other. Michelle says, is that the one from the drive-through? I don't know if you're talking to me or somebody else. I don't know which case you're talking about. Yes, that's also a good point. Michelle says, and she did not take the life of the nurse where that she came in with a knife. But she says, if anything, she would have been escalating in violence. I agree. Good to see you too. Get a look-see once again. Far says, West Memphis 3, my mind is made up on that one, not the kid. Yeah, I tend to agree. At the very least, if, playing devil's advocate, if Damien, if Eccles and Miss Kelly and Baldwin are guilty, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, when I live just an hour and a half down the road from West Memphis, where all this took place, and it was all over the news here, and the trials and everything. I've read anything and everything I can devour about this case. At the very least, in my opinion, they, even with Jesse's confession, quote confession, and then all this circumstantial evidence. And I know cases can be built and won on circumstantial evidence, but to me, at the very least, just with the lack of evidence they had, I don't think they, if I was on that jury, I would not have been able to give a guilty verdict just on what was presented at that trial. To me, the prosecutors, the whole case from beginning to end was, in my opinion, a shite show, and it just. And then you had people want to say, people want to bring satanic panic. It wasn't a real thing. Well, yes, it was a real thing. I've lived down here all my life in the Bible Belt. Back in the 80s, satanic panic was a real thing. Living in the Bible Belt, people have their opinions about people who they think. Because I was one of the kids that listened to the heavy metal music, wore black t-shirts, read Stephen King books, just like Damien did. And I never took anybody's life. So I think, My opinion, once again, that had a lot to do as far as the jury is concerned, with them being convicted. Thank you. Far says it was a real thing here in Australia also, and that is, yes, people, I've read, it just infuriates me. And it's usually people, for the most part, that denounce this satanic panic that don't even, because it was, I don't know about everybody anywhere else in the United States or world, but here down south, United States, satanic panic, people took it seriously. I mean, they were convinced that, groups of devil worshippers were wandering around, doing human sacrifice, and, it was real. The good God-fearing church people believed in it, and it was real. They believed it, Now, whether or not, I don't necessarily believe that it was happening, but people, like I said, the good God-fearing people down here believed it was happening. And if they believed it was happening, then that, in my opinion, if they believed it was happening, they were going to base their judgments off what they believe, if that makes any sense. Oh, all right. So that was Sandra Hemme. All right, so this is Kimberly Langwell. And they have found what they believe to be her remains, and a person, Cherrie Rose, has been indicted, and this was a 1999 case. So we'll quickly read over that. Now, let me find the article right quick. Oh, no, that's not the wrong article. Hold on. Push the wrong button. All right, there it is. Nope, that's not the right one either. What am I doing? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. I'll find the right one in a minute. All right, I found it. Okay. Let me see if it will screen share. I want all of these videos. Let me. Okay. I don't want to push too many buttons or we'll have a dumpster fire. Let me screen share. It'll come up. Sorry if you heard me slurping on my drink. All right, it came up. Okay, so this is from 12newsnow.com. Cherrie Rose indicted for 1999 homicide after police find remains believed to be missing Beaumont woman. Acting on new information, Beaumont police, along with several assisting agencies, began searching the home last week. This is from Beaumont, Texas. A Beaumont man has been indicted for homicide in connection with the 1999 disappearance of a Beaumont woman. Cherrie Rose, 67, of Beaumont, has been indicted for the homicide of Kimberly Langwell, who disappeared in 1999. Beaumont police believe they found Langwell's remains buried at Rose's Beaumont home last week. Police arrested Rose for the homicide on Thursday after spending several days executing a search warrant at his home. Rose is the ex-boyfriend of Kimberly Langwell, who went missing in 1999. On Friday, his bond was set at $1 million by Jefferson County Criminal Court Magistrate Mark DeRuin. If he makes bail, he must wear a GPS monitor and not leave Jefferson County, DeRuin told 12 News. Rose was arrested at 6:15 p.m. Thursday by the Beaumont Police Special Assignments Unit. In April 2024, police talked to what they call a reliable informant who told them that Langwell's life had been taken inside Rose's Lindbergh Drive home on July 9th, 1999, which is the same day that she was last seen, according to a probable cause affidavit in the case. The informant also told police that Langwell had been buried on the property. Police got a search warrant based on the information and began searching at the home on Monday, June 10th of 2024. 3 days later, on June 13th, police found human remains on the property, which they believe to belong to Langwell, according to the affidavit. The discovery was consistent with what the informant told police, the affidavit said. During a news conference Friday morning, police said that after searching for several days at Rose's home, that they had found what they believed to be the remains of Kimberly Langwell. Make no mistake, this was a team effort, said Beaumont Police Chief Jimmy Singletary, noting the cooperation of multiple agencies in the search. Beaumont Police were assisted in the search by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office, the FBI, ATF, the Beaumont Public Works Department, and Texas EquiSearch. Singletary made it a point to mention 3 Beaumont detectives, Lieutenant Mitch Slager, Sergeant Jesus Tamayo, and Detective Heather Wilson, who he said has worked the case and been in contact with the family over the years. Kimberly Langwell's daughter, Tiffany McInnes, was at the news conference and spoke to 12 News afterwards. She says, I don't think I processed it, to be honest, but in the moment that you hear that they found your mother, you're elated. McGinnis said of how she feels about the latest news about her mom's case. It's a long time coming, and I'm so very grateful to have my mother back, not in the way that I wanted her, but to know that she is no longer being held is a good feeling. I don't believe that we will ever know truly what happened besides what the evidence is going to show, McInnes said. But I've always known that she's there. I've known that since the day that she was gone. It's tough to know where your mom is and know that there's nothing that you can do. Langwell, who was 34 years old at the time, was last seen July 10th, 1999, according to File Stories. Her car was found abandoned in the parking lot at the Phelan Shopping Center on Dolan Road with her mobile phone in the car, but her keys and purse were missing. On Thursday, FBI agents and police began breaking up concrete and digging up the driveway of a home on Lindbergh as they continued to search the property. The FBI joined police in the search on Tuesday morning and brought in ground-penetrating radar and cadaver dogs to assist in the search, according to Beaumont Police on Tuesday morning. No other new information was released. Police say recent developments in the disappearance of Langwell have led detectives to execute a search warrant at a home in the 600 block of Lindbergh Drive, according to a news release from the Beaumont Police Department. There's a picture of Kimberly Langwell, beautiful lady. Beaumont police officer Carol Riley tells 12 News that the department is relieved they can put the 25-year-old case to rest. This has been a long 25 years for Kimberly Langwell's family. We want this to encourage all families that are missing a loved one or who have a case that's unsolved, and know that we never give up. Anything that comes in, we continue, Riley said. Her case was recently featured on the episode of Cold Justice. I love that show, on the Oxygen Network. And it says, this is a developing story. We will update with more if and when we receive more confirmed information. And if you have any information, oh, that's on a different one. So, you have some good news. At least they, Trying to find the right. Where you go? Hold on, I'm gonna have to. Where's my? Oh, there it is. I'm losing my stuff here. Remove some stuff to. Why is it not letting me? Oh, I gotta stop sharing. Oh, duh. I had a brain fart. Sorry, guys. I was thinking it was a video. Okay, there we go. There we go. Anyway, it's getting late. All right. So let me get caught up in chat. Like maybe I have a couple more stories. Or I may do one more and I don't know, we got 10 people here. We'll do whatever you guys want to do. I see some new people coming, or not new people, some people coming in. No, I saw Dandy, I think. I lost her. There's Dandy. Hey, Dandy. Good to see you, my love. How are you doing? Dandy says, where are these people? I don't know which people you're talking about. But welcome, Dandy. Glad to have you here, as always. Yes. In the Delphi case of Libby and Abby in Indiana, the defendant's attorney attempted. The case was involved in, yes, this whole oldness crap, in my opinion. Crap. Yeah, that is one trial. Unfortunately, Abby and Libby are, in my opinion, Abby and Libby are getting lost in this whole trial, and the whole thing has become a dumpster fire. It has become actually, when it comes to Delphi, it is, in my opinion, it has proceeded to this. Yeah. I don't know if you can read the sign that it passes, but the sign says, "What is even happening?" That is what the first thing I say to myself or out loud whenever I listen to or read anything about the Delphi case is like, what is even happening? I don't understand. Oh, goodness. Astona says the Delphi case heavily Philippines attorneys tried to claim that the case was involved in, I'm assuming you mean satanic ritual. Yeah. Or said 25 years for justice. Yes, I agree. Donna says the Delphi case, the defense attorneys tried to claim that the case was actually surrounded by, and evidence of the case being surrounded around satanic rituals that ate up the case. Absolutely. Oh, Dandy says it's thundery in Colorado. It's thundery here. We aren't far off. She's speaking through the thunder. Or are you talking about my dumpster fires? Yeah. Dumpster fires, and then when it gets really bad, we have a dumpster fire and a flood. Get a look. See, says link for membership. Can somebody? I actually don't know what the link is. I know it's at the very top of the description box. But if Dandy or somebody can find the link to become a member, you can definitely throw it in there. If I try to do it now, it would definitely turn into a dumpster fire. Paula, and was it you, Paula, on the last live stream? I think you had asked a question and I didn't see about the West Memphis 3 and I didn't see it. I can't remember if it was you or Miss Peggy. Asked something about what's going on, something about the West Memphis 3. And I apologize if it was you or whoever it was that I did not see the question and didn't comment on it. But this, I have thoughts about this because Miss Paula says, is it possible that Jesse Miss Kelly is protecting someone? So, like I said earlier, turn my cam back on. Like I said earlier, concerning the West Memphis 3 case, I may be one of the few people that's actually still on that, literally on the fence about whether I think that Eccles, Miss Kelly, and Baldwin are innocent or if they're guilty. Depends on, I try to read all arguments, all sides, look at all the evidence on all sides. And I have had the thought, just throwing it out there as a speculation theory, whatever you want to call it, rabbit hole, whatever, that if Eckel, this is just my opinion, my theory, my speculation, if Eccles, Baldwin, and Miss Kelly did do it, that Damien was most likely the ringleader. As far as Jason Baldwin's involvement and how far he was into wanting to do it or not wanting to do it, I don't know. But when it comes to Jesse Miss Kelly, in my opinion, he is a follower, subservient. Damien will be the alpha. Jason, probably, right-hand man, maybe more into it. But I definitely, in my opinion, would think that if they did it, Jesse was definitely the subservient one. And he may have gone along with it, maybe out of intimidation from Eccles, or maybe both Eccles and Baldwin. Because he did, as far as he could be not telling the truth. He may be minimizing, what they call minimizing his involvement in it, or trying to distance himself from the actual killings of the boys. But now in his confession, he did say that he brought, I believe, was it, shame on me, I've got so much in my head. Michael Moore, one of the boys, I believe it was Michael Moore, I'm not sure, tried to run, and that he confessed in his confession, he said that he ran after and brought him back. But then he said that he didn't actually take the lives of any of the boys. So, like I said, playing devil's advocate, that would be that's one scenario of many that I've run through my head of possibly what might have happened if they did it. I don't know if that's what you're asking or saying, or but yes, I think because you asked if Miss Kelly could be protecting someone, in that scenario, I think he would most definitely be protecting Damien, either out of loyalty, fear, intimidation. Like I said, that's just my opinion. Just one of many scenarios that I've come up or thought about. And like I said, if it was you, Miss Paula, or whoever it was, and I didn't get to see that comment and respond to it, I apologize on that last live stream. Yeah, Far says yes, definitely a dumpster fire. Oh goodness, Gil Luxie says it is flooding there. Where are you at? You don't have to get specific, but just like I know there's been a lot of flooding up because I have my middle brother lives in Minnesota. Now he lives closer to the middle to Minneapolis, but I know southern Minnesota and then maybe South Dakota. They've had lots of bad, horrible flooding up that way. Okay, it was you. I apologize, Miss Paula, for not seeing that comment and answering it or commenting on it in the last live stream. I apologize. Absolutely. Forrest says stay safe with all the weather, storms, floods, whatever. Yeah, storms, floods, fires, tornadoes, everything. Miss Donna says, I drove to Delphi. I met with the families. I've done several different videos from. It's a shame that the courts can't move forward without all the drama. Yes, it's a dumpster fire, a clown show, a shit show. For excuse my language, but that's what it is. It's a circus. It's just I don't know. It just drives me batty and just infuriates me because the victim, Abby and Libby, are just getting lost in it, and the more this goes on, I'm afraid something's going to happen, and you know, whoever did it, and in my opinion, my most likely, of course, obviously, I don't know for sure. Once again, but my number one suspect would be yes, Richard Allen or R.A. But no, regardless, him or not, I mean, you can't get to they're not going to get to the truth with all this craziness, unnecessary crap that's going on in this case. It's just, yes. And Farr says it's terrible for the families. It's not moving quicker. Absolutely. Yes. Without drama, it needs to be drama free, but unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, so you're, get a look see is in southeast Missouri. Yes, I said in Arkansas we got not flooding rain, not the horrible flooding rain. But yeah, thoughts, prayers, and good vibes to anybody who's experiencing any kind of bad weather, flooding, tornadoes, fire, any natural disasters. Hearts go out to you, most definitely. All right. Oh goodness. All right, we might turn into a 4-hour here, but we got the most people in here now that's been here all night. We got 12 people, so we'll keep going. I think I just got a couple more. I came across this one actually yesterday or sometime in the last couple of days. There was a Jane Doe that has been identified in Cincinnati, and I do have a video clip. I think it's the last video clip I have. So I will play that for you, and I will be right back.
decades-long cold case out of Illinois takes a step in a positive direction.
We can put closure and bring her home. That's the main thing. Bring her home and give her name. I can't imagine anything more devastating to be buried in an unmarked grave.
After almost 48 years, new DNA technology helped identify the body of a local woman, JoAnn Vicky Smith. She went missing from her Lincoln Heights home in 1976 when she was 20 years old and was never seen again. Vicky's family never gave up hope of finding her.
You always have the idea there's a possibility that she was no longer, but we just refuse to accept that.
Her brother Ronnie was just 8 years old when his older sister went missing. He says it was his mother's dying wish to find his sister. Vicky graduated from Princeton High School and was attending Southern Ohio College at the time of her disappearance.
I find comfort in the ability to return Vicky's name to her and provide her family with long-awaited closure now that she's reunited with her family and will later be laid to rest with her parents. May she rest in peace.
Her body was found in a ditch at a farm in Grundy County, 90 minutes outside Chicago, with a garbage bag and her sweater wrapped around her head. Police determined she had died from a gunshot to the head.
They've went through the years of agony of not knowing where their sister is and such, but they've been super supportive throughout this last few months.
After being buried in an unmarked grave on Thanksgiving Day 1976, Vicky's case remained cold for 40 years, until it was reopened in late 2017 by the Grundy County Coroner's Office. And now, finally, Vicky will be laid to rest next to her parents.
This has really been very hard on our family over the years of not knowing what happened. We always treated Vicky as present and among us, as alive.
And I don't know why it cut off the end of when he was speaking. All right. So, hold on. I'm pushing buttons here. So we have a happy, bittersweet, happy story. At least she was found, identified, brought back to her family, and laid to rest properly. And her family got closure. So I just love those kinds of stories. Hey, CJK. CJK snuck in. Good to have you here, my friend. Thank you, Get Look See. Says, appreciate you all for getting our families and support for loved ones out there. Thank you. Absolutely. It takes it's creators, family members, community. We all have to work together to get these stories out there. I just love this community so much. All you wonderful people who support our channels and share videos and live streams and stories about these missing persons cases, cold cases. We couldn't do it without you guys. Absolutely. Yes, Doodlebug. Absolutely. And while the video was playing, when I was muted, I was trying to find a drink and I was knocking stuff over. All right, I think I have one more story. Or maybe two. I really wanted to get to this one. Turn my cam back on. Because I have studied or read up on the Cherrie Mahan case. I'm sure a lot of you have also. And apparently, I think this is fairly recently. I'm going to read the article. Apparently, a woman has come forward claiming that she is Cherrie Mahan. But Cherrie's mom does not believe it. And I don't know if it's in this article I'm going to read, But in another article I was looking at, they did fingerprints, and the fingerprints definitely did not match this woman that claimed that she was Cherrie Mahan, so it is debunked. But I thought it was interesting nonetheless. So let me find the story. And share it. Oh, what am I doing? Hold on. Okay. Hold on. I'll get it. I promise. Be sure it share. Might take a minute. There it is. All right. This is from News Nation. It is from June 5th of this year. So, a woman says she is missing girl Cherrie Mahan, and mom doesn't believe it. So, just a little background for anybody who may not be familiar with this case. Cherrie Mahan was last seen getting off a bus in 1985. So now a woman has claimed to be Mahan in a Facebook group dedicated to Cherrie. And Cherrie's mom contacted the police to say that the posts were fraudulent. SWAT some ads. So a woman is claiming to be Cherrie Mahan, an 8-year-old from Pennsylvania who went missing in 1985, but the girl's mom says she is not telling the truth. Multiple outlets are reporting. Mahan was last seen getting off the bus in Winfield Township of Butler County. Police say a bright blue 1976 Dodge van with a mural of a mountain and a skier could be involved in her disappearance, according to KDKA. Last month, a woman posted in a Facebook group dedicated to finding the little girl that she is Mahan, that she is Cherrie. However, USA Today wrote Janice McKinney, who is Cherrie's mother, posted in the same Facebook group that she contacted the Pennsylvania State Police to tell them the post was fraudulent. Good for her. She says, I talked to the police. They are investigating. McKinney wrote in Memories of Cherrie Mahan, according to USA Today. This is very hard on me, so please be aware I see everything. Now, can you just imagine? I can't imagine, but it would not be to the degree of emotion and mental anguish that it would cause a family member, a mother, to see, because some family members do read comments in Facebook groups. They watch YouTube videos of creators. They lurk, they may not say anything, but they just come in and I would just be horrified. That's why I do not ever, and I don't allow on my channel, victim or family bashing or victim or family blaming, because for one, it's wrong. If there's no proof put out by law enforcement to say, yes, this person or family member had something to do with it, it's just wrong. You don't do that. And I just couldn't imagine a family member reading comments, hearing, on Facebook groups and chats, or these creators who, do this kind of thing. I cannot imagine. It's deplorable. But anyway. Miles Snyder, communications director for the Pennsylvania State Police, confirmed to News Nation that they are investigating the woman's claims, but have not yet been able to reach her based on contact information. Imagine that. And there is a picture of Cherrie, and then from 1985, and then age progression. I don't know what the age would be for the age progression. Pennsylvania State Police are working with an out-of-state agency to locate the woman, Snyder said, though declined to name the specific one. And an administrator for Memories of Cherrie Mahan wrote last week that the woman claiming to be Mahan was removed from the Facebook group after he received notifications that she was, quote, harassing and bullying people. Sounds familiar. A few are in a position to evaluate the claim, and unfortunately, some people online are unstable and divisive. So we have removed the member, and I apologize for the unwelcome content. The group members, especially our dear member Janice, should not have to be exposed to such content, he wrote. Some people say, but what if it was really her? This has an easy answer. If it was really her, she could present herself at any police office and arrange for a DNA test without reaching out to people online and making aggressive claims. That is what a reasonable person would do. There have been 3 other women who have claimed to be Cherrie in the years since she has gone missing, according to KDKA. So not only is this, my opinion, Looney Tunes claimed, there have also been 3 other women who have claimed to be Cherrie over the years. I'm telling you, just don't understand. It infuriates me, these kind of stories, when I hear something like this. And I'm sure it infuriates you guys out there too. Oh goodness. My fingers are not wanting to work tonight. So what do you guys think about this story? To me, this story, and it happens on, we've seen it happen on YouTube with creators and people in chat. We've seen it happen in real life or out in the public, people chasing down family members and harassing them and bullying them. We've seen it on YouTube chats, YouTube creators. Not all of them, a few. Exactly. Farr says, oh my, why must people do that to the poor families? Yes, it's just, I don't understand, especially with absolutely no proof at all. I said, I don't, I might have questions, reasonable questions, based on maybe something I read, something I hear, but I don't go out and say, oh, this person is definitely guilty just because they said this or did that. Or, it's until something comes, in my opinion, for me, until something comes out from law enforcement that says, yes, we're investigating this, we have this evidence or that. Okay, that's fine. But, these people who want to sit behind the computer or go out and literally harass family members in person, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Let's see what else I had. Okay, I have one more. I think it's one more. Yeah. This one to me is very interesting also. This girl 3 vanished. Hey, Jocelyn, welcome. How are you, my friend? Are you working tonight? Must be your lunch break or a break or something. If you're working, good to have you here, Joss. Always good to see you. So this is regarding Ramona Brown. Girl 3 vanished in 1984 after a house fire took the lives of her siblings, and here's why her family thinks that she is still alive. So let me bring up the article. I've had this one in my bookmarks for a long time, and I thought I'd bring it out tonight. Let's see if I can share my screen. I think something's wrong with my little touchpad on my laptop. It doesn't always want to work. Come on. There it is. All right. So this is from People Magazine, and it is from March 11th of this year. So in a push to solve the mystery, I can get rid of an ad in a minute. In the push to solve the mystery, Nick Mack released a new age-progressed image of Ramona Brown on March 6th. So on the right is Ramona Brown as a child. I believe she was 3. Oh, goodness. Stop it. Stop it with the ads. And on the right is an age-progressed photo of Ramona to age 43. So in 1984, three-year-old Ramona Brown vanished after a house fire took the lives of 2 of her siblings and destroyed her family's home in New Orleans, Louisiana. Now, 40 years later, her family believes that she is still alive. On March 5th, 1984, Ramona, her 9 siblings, and her parents went to bed excited about the upcoming Mardi Gras festivities. But at around 3 a.m., they woke up to a fire tearing through their family home. Kevin, 2, and Aubrey Jr., 4, perished in the blaze. Initially, it was assumed that Ramona also perished in the house as well, but her remains were never discovered in the rubble by first responders. And this is according to a statement shared by Nick Mack. Now, 4 decades later, Ramona's family thinks that she is still alive and believe that she was kidnapped that night. According to Nick Mack, Ramona's sister, Tiffany Nickerson, said her then 6-year-old sister, Simona, told their parents that Ramona had made it out of the house before the fire and left with an older couple who offered to help. And this is a picture of the family. Simona says, I remember Simona telling my mom and dad that there was a biracial couple that stopped and picked up Ramona. Tiffany told Nick Mack. After that, Simona went into a shell and she would not talk for years. Over the years, Ramona's grandmother also received what the family called strange phone calls, with no one speaking on the other line, according to Nick Mack. They believe Ramona could have been on the other side of those calls. It wasn't until 2018 that a 40-year-old Simona reached out to New Orleans police and shared what she remembered about that night, including the car and description of the couple who were last seen with her sister. In a push to solve the mystery, Nick Mack released a new age-progressed image of Ramona on March 6th. She will be 43 today, and her family says she has a unique birthmark. New Orleans Police Detective Lamar Lewis, who has handled the cold case since 2018, told Nick Mack he hopes to one day give the family some answers. He says, "I'm not a superhero or anything, but I am determined to figure this one out." So anyone with information on Ramona's case is asked to call Nick Mack at 1-800-843-5678. So I thought that was very interesting. Very interesting. What do you guys think about that? Get back over here. Got comments. Donna says she was also acting as law enforcement and she has a criminal record. Which story are we talking about? Are you talking about Cherrie's case or a different case or something in chat that I missed? I apologize if I missed something. So what do you guys think about the Ramona Brown case? You think she possibly could be alive and living with this possible couple that maybe could have picked her up? God, that is driving me crazy around here. Flying around my face. Alright, do you guys have anything else? Let's see. We're almost 4 hours. Guess we can make it another 15 minutes or so, and then make it even 4 hours if there's anything else you guys want to talk about. I think that is all the. Let me check my bookmarks and see if I have anything. I think I covered everything. Oh, I did have. Speaking of West Memphis 3, let me see if I can find. I thought I saved that. Talking about West Memphis 3, Dan Stidham, who was Jesse Miss Kelly's attorney, on our local news station. Last night they had the beginning. They didn't. He gave an interview, and Friday night I believe they're gonna have more from the interview. Of course, he is most likely he has written a book, so it's most likely promoting his book. Let me see if I can find what he had to say. A little bit of what he had to say. I thought I bookmarked the. Let me see if I can find it. 1 minute. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Smoke them if you got them. I can spell. There. Okay. This is the article from thv11.com, which is a local news station website. I'll read it to you quickly. Since we've been talking about it, we always and I never get tired of talking about the West Memphis 3 case. Let me share my screen. Turn my cam off for a minute while I'm reading. Give it a minute for the share. There it is. Okay. Everything is my swamp signal or my farm signal slow. Okay. So this is from THV11.com, and it is from 26th. So West Memphis 3 lawyers speaks out regarding 1993 homicide case. I'm a lawyer, Dan Stidham, who, as I said, was Jesse Miss Kelly's attorney. A lawyer for the West Memphis 3 reveals new details that he says could prove the teenager's innocence in the 1993 case. 30 years ago, Dan Stidham was a rookie lawyer who got a call that a teenager needed representation. He was told it was an open and shut case since the boy had already confessed to the murders. So you see, even after they first arrested him, the prosecution said, okay, it's an open and shut case. We just basically need you there just because he has to have an attorney. That's just my opinion. But as Stidham learned more about Jesse Miss Kelly, he realized his client could be innocent. The thing that bothered me the most was that Jesse couldn't seem to form a narrative when it came to telling about what happened. In 1993, police accused 3 teenagers of taking the lives of 3 8-year-old West Memphis boys, Stevie Branch, Christopher Byers, and Michael Moore. Miss Kelly, along with Damian Eccles and Jason Baldwin, were arrested and accused of the crime. Stidham, who represented Miss Kelly, started to learn more about the case and thought that things did not add up. We would ask him a question and he would get it wrong, Stidham said. The confession itself contains not only improbabilities, but according to Stidham, also impossibilities. Stidham has kept quiet about these details for more than 30 years. He said some people wanted to keep the truth buried. Kind of have to agree with him on that to some extent. But now he is breaking his silence in his book, A Harvest of Innocence. And when Mr. and Miss Kelly refers to the victims, he refers to them as the Byers or the Branch, Stidham said. I thought that was kind of odd. It dawned on me he was looking at a photograph from the local newspaper that referred to the victims as the in front of them, and he was just parroting that back. As Stidham continued to represent Miss Kelly, he realized his client didn't skip school like he initially said, and he wasn't at the crime scene anywhere near the time of the boys' deaths. Despite this, Miss Kelly, Eccles, and Baldwin were found guilty in 1994. They spent more than 18 years behind bars, but a chance for release eventually came in the form of an Alford plea. It seemed like a victory in 2011, Stidham said. I got to keep my promise to my client that I would get him out of prison. Now looking back, Stidham said he disagrees with the Alford plea. It allows Miss Kelly, Eccles, and Baldwin to maintain their innocence while pleading guilty, which he said is an oxymoron. Do you really think that the state of Arkansas would have let somebody walk off of death row and 2 people in prison serving life sentences if they thought that they had taken the lives of 3 8-year-old kids? Stidham said. Stidham continues to work on the case and believes he has found a different suspect in the homicides of the boys, a truck driver who is possibly a serial offender. Now, I have also thought of this angle or a possible scenario. And he says there was a 10-acre truck stop, which is the Blue Beacon truck wash, right next to where the bodies were discovered, and that was the last place where the kids were seen riding their bicycles. You can back up your 18-wheeler almost to the crime scene itself. Stidham is a district judge in Arkansas. He said the case sticks with him and ultimately changed how he runs his courtroom, and he does not allow Alford pleas. Found that interesting. The West Memphis 3 case is still playing out in the courts more than 30 years after the homicides. Most recently, the Arkansas Supreme Court ruled evidence could be retested with new technology to see if there's DNA of the offender on ligatures used to take the lives of the boys. And Miss Kelly, Eccles, and Baldwin continue to maintain their innocence to this day. So, what do you guys think about that? Of course, I think it was, I can't remember, because I think I did post a link to this article on my community tab, and was it Dandy? It was somebody asked me, I can't remember who it was, asked me what I thought about what, it may have been Dandy. Dandy, if you're still here, let me know if it was you or if it was somebody else. Did ask me what I thought about what Stidham had to say. And for one, he's pretty much said what I would expect him to say as a defense lawyer. Of course, he's going to, say his client is innocent, but he did bring up some very interesting, in my opinion, some very interesting points. And like I said, a lot of it with this, interviews, I'm sure has to do with promoting his new book, which I really do want to read. So I'm hoping I can find a cheap copy of it on eBay or Amazon or something to read. But yeah, just let me know if you guys have any opinions one way or the other on that. Get a look see. Says good to see you all. We got to go. 5 a.m. comes early. Oh goodness, yeah. Good night. Thank you for popping in. Look see. Absolutely wonderful to have you here. Get a good night's sleep. Sweet dreams. Okay, going back to the to this case, FAR says it is possible. I saw a case where there was a fire and they thought that the baby burnt, but the friend had kidnapped her and lit the fire. Yeah, it's possible. I absolutely think it's possible. Especially with the one of the other sisters saying that she saw a vehicle with a couple. Put Ramona in the car. The kids were, and I don't remember if it said how young. I think was it Simona that said that she was the one that saw it. I don't know how young she was, but I mean, if she was, but they had to be, preteens or younger, I would assume. So I wouldn't think that a child would make something up. I mean, especially in a situation like that. Why would you say something like that? I mean, you've already got one tragedy going on with your house burning down, and some of the kids didn't make it out. So why would you, make something up like that to just compound the tragedy? So it could have some merit to it. It could have some merit to it. Paula said that's Baldwin. So CJ said they were listening as they drove home. Excellent. Absolutely. CJK says if there's no obvious evidence of death, the families will always hold on to hope. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Just like Sebastian, the odds are he's deceased, but we hope he's found alive. Absolutely. Yep. You always got to hold on to hope. Never lose hope until they are found deceased. Donna said Cherrie's case. Okay, I'm lost again. Yeah, Jocelyn says, talking about West Memphis 3, she doesn't think the teenage boys are guilty. Yep. And Farr says she didn't either. Paula says it is possible. And that is more plausible than most of my crazy boneheaded theories I've come up with. Are you talking about the West Memphis 3 case? There's a lot of, oh, I don't know, my fingers are getting ahead of me. Yeah, there's so many, there are so many theories and possible suspects in West Memphis 3 because you had, of course, Eccles, Miss Kelly and Baldwin who were convicted, and then, all that whole let out. You had the stepdad, you had Hobbs, and possibly David Jacoby. You had the Mr. Bojangles theory. Then we have this. To me, out of all those, except maybe for Hobbs, I'm still Hobbs and Jacoby. But to me, yeah, that serial offender truck driver, because Dave, I don't know if David is still listening and driving. He also on his live stream the other night, and he's gonna start looking into it about not necessarily, serial offenders who are truck drivers. He's gonna start looking into that and discussing that on his live streams. But to me, that serial offender truck driver is very plausible, because I don't know. Let me see if I can find. Let me take this down. I think I still have. Because I can show you how close. Because it's talking about how close that the Blue Beacon truck wash is to the where the boys were found. Okay, so this one is probably the best one. I know you can't see my cursor. But there to the right of the picture, that's the Blue Beacon truck stop. And then that little area of woods there to the left will be the just north or northwest on the left hand side. And then you have those 3 X's. If you can see them on the side, those 3 X's are where the boys were found. That is not far at all from where they pull in, where the trucks pull into the Blue Beacon truck wash. So I'm with Paula. If you're talking about that theory about the that Dan Stidham brought up about possibly being a serial offender truck driver. To me, that makes more sense than, like you said, Paula said more sense than her crazy boneheaded theories, but that theory makes more sense than some of the ones that other people put out. So it's plausible, and I would even go as far to say possible, but definitely plausible. Maybe somewhere in between plausible and possible. But yeah, it's yes, that's when you're talking. Yes, that is. Yeah, because it is very, very close. I mean, it wouldn't take anything for, especially they're assuming that the boys were killed sometime, I believe, around, well, I have varying times, anywhere between, the last time the boys were seen, I believe, was around 6 o'clock. So anytime between like 6 o'clock and I think 6 to 8 o'clock, 6 to 10 o'clock, or any time after that, anytime basically after 6 o'clock. And if the truck wash wasn't that, I don't know how busy the truck wash was, but if it wasn't that busy and there was just, one truck there, if he was just, we'll go on the theory that we're talking about, speculation that it was a serial offender truck driver, it would be very easy to, in my opinion, very easy for a possible serial offender to see the boys, maybe see them going to the woods. Could have possibly heard them in the woods if they were running and playing, and how boys are, yelling, screaming, and made his way back there and saw them, or it could have been more than one. He may have had somebody with him, although partner, I mean, it's not unheard of. It's happened. We've seen it in cases. Was it the Hillside Stranglers? There were 2, the cousins, Bianchi, and I forget the other one's name. Could have been more than one. It's not unheard of. Because that's one of the big things too in the West Memphis is it would take more than one person to control all 3 boys. Not necessarily. I mean, you got, it depends on, because the boys were found without any clothes on. Some people say it was that means it was sexually motivated. Not necessarily. As Mr. Steve and others have said, another reason you could, especially children, you make them unclothed is for intimidation and humiliation, and to control, So it is possible that one person, and if they had some kind of weapon, like a firearm, although the boys weren't killed with a firearm, entirely possible. Let me know what you guys think. All right. We've been here over 4 hours, so I want to end on that picture. Go back to my other slideshow. Do that one. Go back to my other one. So if you guys got any last questions, comments, goodbyes, we will start getting out of here because we've been here 4 hours. But I really enjoy chatting with you guys, and that's what True Crime After Dark is we just we can stay on here as long as we want to, and come on, this is wanting to work, and talk about whatever we want to, hang out, chat, get caught up with you guys. On the left screen here. There it is. All right, so thank you guys for being here in chat. Everybody, once again, thank you to Miss Doodlebug for becoming a YouTube member. And just because I and everybody else like it so much, once again, get the moo cow. I didn't mean to hit it again, but you can never see it too much. It's just too freaking cute. So thank you, Doodlebug, for becoming a member. Very much appreciated, ma'am. So if anybody, oh goodness, my comments disappear. Oh, okay. Pushing the wrong button. Okay. Interesting. All right. Paula says, thanks for the stream. You're very welcome, ma'am. And you may want to check Jason Baldwin's social media. I will have to check into that. Unless it's Facebook or Instagram. I don't have TikTok, Snapchat, any of that stuff. But I will most definitely check it out. Something interesting on there? Oh, thank you, Miss Paula. I will most definitely check it out. Thank you, Miss Jocelyn, for being here. Have a great night, everybody. You too. Far, thank you for being here. Thank you. Great live. Thank you. Stay safe. Love and light. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, guys. So today is Friday. Monday, I say definitely, God willing and the creek don't rise. Sunday, I will get back to my Missing Person Monday. And I think this Monday I'm going to do Missing in Kentucky. I'm trying to cover all the states, starting with doing it by geographical location. So, of course, I started in the southeast, going through them, and I'll make my way through all the other states. So I believe this week is Kentucky, Missing in Kentucky. I have, I don't know how many, maybe 5 or 6 cases. I may find some more to add in. So I will have that recorded and probably do a premiere Monday evening, probably around 8 or so, depending on what time I get home from work and get my supper eaten and get it done. But so look for that. And during the week, I'm going to try to start doing more short videos. You see, I don't know if you guys probably seen the ones I've been doing this week. Some shorter missing videos and some unsolved videos. I'm going to try to start doing more of those during the week. Just to get as you know, that's the whole goal of my channel, is to get as many share as many missing persons, especially cases as I can. I concentrate on the older cases a lot, but those are just as important as newer cases. So look forward to those. And I'm trying to think, I'll probably do another live stream, maybe. Trying to think, I want to have a chance to do another live stream, maybe Thursday night. We'll do something. So if you guys have any ideas of what you guys want to talk about, if I do a live stream Thursday night, current true crime in the news, or one topic, one case, or one subject, or something you guys want to talk about, just leave it in the comments. In any of the videos, you can find my banners. You can leave it on my Facebook page, or if you're in my Facebook group, I think I do have a thread that you can put, what cases or what would you like to discuss. You can always email me anything you want to talk about, any ideas, southerngaltruecrime@hotmail.com. If you want to, no obligation, no pressure, but if you want to help support the channel, all the links are in the description box and on the homepage of my channel. So please, before you leave, absolutely please hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Leave a comment. Most important thing you can do is share to get this missing persons out to as many people as possible. Let me get to some of your missing. Some more comments before we get out of here. Oh, excellent. Paula says that he has a Facebook page. I will definitely look that up. RQ once again. Miss Paula, nice, thanks. Oh, Thursday is the 4th of July. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay. I'll have to work it out. Maybe then, I'm trying to think of Mr. Steve. I don't want to interfere with Mr. Steve, but I think he usually does on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Maybe Wednesday. If Thursday is the 4th, I may do it Wednesday. We'll do a Wednesday. Yes, thank you for, says like, share, subscribe, comment. Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am. All right, guys, we will, let me multitask for a minute, get my, thanks so much for everybody who came and joined me tonight. I loved it. As always, love to chat with you guys, share some missing persons, some true crime stories I find interesting. I hope you found them interesting as well. Thank you for everyone who's watching replay. Thank you so much. Be sure to leave a comment, leave a thumbs up. Helps the algorithm. Or so they say. So if I don't see you before then, I will definitely see you Monday with a Missing Person Monday premiere. So until then, take care of yourselves. Be careful out there. Take care of each other. That is the most important thing we can do. Share. And I will see you next time, guys. Bye.